Viewer discretion is advised for this educational documentary. Kendra Hatcher was born and raised in Pleasant Plains, Illinois, and attended dental school there before relocating to Dallas for employment. She had just signed a contract to work at SmileZone, a dental surgery. The job appeared to fit her well. Kendra was a devout Christian who wanted to use her training as a dentist to serve the community. Children from underprivileged households could receive top-notch dental care at SmileZone. In my opinion, a very worthwhile career move. Kendra spent her free time volunteering and provided free dental care for children in Ecuador. She also taught Bible study. Both Kendra's personal and professional life were thriving. Her career was on the rise. A relationship blossomed between Kendra and Dr. Ricky Paniagua, even though they had only been dating for a few months, and Ricky was finishing his dermatology residency at the University of Texas. They had already talked about getting married. The couple had their first date on May the 24th after meeting on Tinder. Ever since then, they were inseparable. They shared the same ideals and aspirations in life. Kendra Hatcher, now 35, on Wednesday, September 7th, 2015, arrived home as she pulled into the Gables Park 17 parking lot. Gables Park 17 was a colourful and opulent apartment building with a saltwater infinity pool, a fitness studio, and a gourmet coffee bar in uptown Dallas, Texas, in the United States. She felt safe living there because there was a 24-hour concierge service, there was CCTV and security. She arrived at 7:42 p.m, excited for the weekend ahead in which she had plans to go to Mexico with Ricky for Labor Day. Two males that were walking through the parking lot heard shouts and then heard a loud popping bang noise. Just a short while after, Kendra pulled into her parking space. A Jeep Cherokee was seen accelerating out of the garage after these loud noises were heard. A resident of the apartment building, Hashem Saad, heard screaming and dialed 911. Police quickly arrived to the luxury apartments. There they found Kendra, still in her car. She had already, sadly, passed. The loud popping bang noise apparently came from a firearm. Because Kendra's purse had been taken, it was initially assumed that a robbery had occurred. A pistol magazine and bullet fragments were discovered on the ground next to her body. Police concluded, however, that the nature of the shot did not suggest that it was a robbery. As they looked further into the situation and assessed the evidence that was present, it all pointed towards an execution. When the shot was discharged, Kendra's hands were up and behind her head according to the gunshot residue discovered. Her upper skull provided the entry point for the projectile, and it exited through her chin. But who would do this to Kendra? She was reportedly liked by everybody. She was charitable, she was professional, she was kind and loving. She was known to help anyone in any way that she could. The apartment complex security footage was obtained by the police. A Jeep Grand Cherokee was seen in the video entering the parking garage at 7:15 p.m. At 7:42 p.m, the video showed Kendra driving into the same garage after returning home. A man was then seen on the footage approaching Kendra's car, and then shortly afterwards he was seen on the footage heading back towards the Jeep. According to the police, this was their main suspect.
Investigators are hoping the images of this older model Jeep Cherokee with damaged or faded paint on the hood with paper license plates may jog someone's memory. The rims are distinctive, and it's hard to tell whether the driver is a man or woman.
Anything more solid than just this picture of the Jeep right now?
At this point, no, but I can tell you I spoke with the medical examiner's office late this afternoon, and I am told that Dr. Hatcher did die of a single gunshot wound to the head and neck.
Close friends come to cry, pray, and remember 35-year-old dentist Dr. Kendra Hatcher. She was shot and killed Wednesday evening in the garage of her uptown Dallas luxury apartment.
The security footage showed that there was a second person present. It was a woman in the driving seat of the Jeep. The woman accelerated out of the garage as soon as a man climbed back inside the car. However, it wasn't clear enough for authorities to be able to identify them, so they turned to the public for assistance and shared photos of the Jeep and its driver with the media. A man named Jose Luis Ortiz called the police and admitted that the Jeep belonged to him, but he said he wasn't involved in the attack, nor was he driving the car. According to him, Brenda Delgado and Crystal Cortez, two of his acquaintances, asked him if they might use his Jeep on the morning of September the 2nd. They informed him that Crystal's normal vehicle was having mechanical problems, and they left it with Jose so he could fix it. He reportedly allowed them to use his Jeep whilst he was working on Crystal's car. Brenda invited Jose to meet at a Chili's restaurant that evening, and he accepted. They were scheduled to return the Jeep to him that evening after work, but both Crystal and his Jeep never turned up. Jose said to the police that Brenda was with him at the restaurant at the time of the attack. Later that evening, the Jeep was eventually returned back to Jose's house. As far as police could tell, Jose wasn't expecting his Jeep to be used as a getaway vehicle. He said that he only became aware of it after seeing the police's appeal and recognising his own car. Brenda was questioned by Jose. She responded to his inquiries by denying that it was her in the Jeep, but she subsequently added that Crystal had used it to drive to Kendra's apartment complex to buy drugs, and that whilst there, something had likely gone wrong. Brenda advised Jose not to say anything. She said because it was his Jeep, he may get in problems with the police and endanger his citizenship. This is according to Jose's account to the police. He sensed that Brenda was just attempting to control him. Brenda allegedly proposed that Jose paint the Jeep a new colour and she would cover the cost. Jose, now incredibly suspicious and concerned, reported the incident to the police. Police contacted Brenda Delgado and inquired about Kendra. Brenda admitted to the police that she had never seen Kendra and that she had no idea who she was. When the police asked Brenda where she was at 7:42 PM on September the 2nd, she said that she was with Jose at a Chili's restaurant and produced dinner receipts. She was questioned by police regarding Jose's Jeep. Brenda claimed that she was innocent and she simply handed the Jeep's keys to Crystal. The police then set their sights on Crystal. Crystal Cortez was a single mother and was 23 years old. They questioned her about whether or not she was the woman seen driving the Jeep in the video. She first told authorities that on that night, an armed carjacker forced her to drive to the parking garage in the Jeep. She informed the police that she was there with her 9-year-old child, suggesting that doing what the carjacker said would protect both her and her offspring. However, the video proved that there was no child in the Jeep. This was her first provable lie. Crystal then revised her story. She now claimed to have driven the man to the garage voluntarily and that there had not been a carjacking. But she also said that she believed it was only going to be a robbery. She strangely stated that she had no knowledge of the shooting, which would be strange as she was at the location at the time that it happened. Even though she now said that she did believe it was for a robbery, the police asked why she consented to drive there in the first place, and she responded that it was because Brenda had requested her to. She then informed the police that Kendra was dating Brenda's ex-boyfriend, and that this must be the reason why Brenda targeted Kendra. From 2012 through to the start of 2015, Brenda and Ricky had a sporadic relationship according to the police. In February 2013, Ricky ended the relationship with Brenda for good and started dating other women. Ricky knew that it was serious when he met Kendra in May, so out of politeness he sent Brenda an email to let her know that he was now in a committed relationship. Brenda wasn't happy when Ricky started dating Kendra, but Ricky was unaware of just how scorned Brenda was. She appeared fine and expressed her wishes that they could continue to be friends. Ricky, though, must have had some level of suspicion about Brenda. He purposefully never told Brenda Kendra's name. Crystal, now realising that she could be in real trouble, sought to negotiate a plea agreement and decided to testify in exchange for a lighter punishment. As the questioning went on and the evidence against her grew, she told the police that Brenda had planned the murder and wanted Kendra permanently out of the picture. Crystal claims that after meeting Brenda, she started preparing for Kendra's slaying just 2 weeks later. So how did things escalate so quickly? When Brenda's relationship with Ricky ended, the police found that she wasn't simply sad about it. She was also fascinated and obsessed with Ricky. She was utterly determined to get him back, no matter what the cost. Despite the fact that her life had begun to fall apart around her, she feigned to Ricky that she was content with just being friends, but she started skipping work and her grades began to fall. She instead started working on getting Ricky back as if it was her full-time job. Brenda hacked Ricky's email account and cyberstalked both him and Kendra, learning about their travel arrangements and planned activities. She started to dislike Kendra. She thought that Kendra had replaced her, stolen a life that should have been hers. Crystal claims that Brenda said that she wanted to get rid of Kendra Hatcher. Crystal agreed to assist Brenda when she asked if she knew anyone up to the grim task of eliminating Kendra. They immediately began devising a scheme. They got together frequently and came up with a variety of plans. Initially, they intended to pull the trigger on Kendra after injecting her with a sedative. Brenda questioned Crystal, who was living in a poorer area, about whether she could find someone to carry out the execution. They drove around and approached various individuals to see if they might assist. Later, they encountered Christopher Love, a man that was willing to help. He agreed to assist and they spoke about several strategies for taking Kendra out. They all agreed that a simple firearm would be the most effective method of execution because it would be quick. According to Crystal, Brenda agreed to give her $500 in exchange for her part in the execution, and Christopher Love was to be given a mixture of money and narcotics. A plan was devised to end Kendra on September 2nd because they knew she and Ricky had plans for the Labor Day weekend. They knew that the couple would be leaving Dallas on September the 3rd to take a vacation in Mexico. Brenda knew that they had plans to then go to San Francisco when they returned back, so she knew they had to do it before then. Since Brenda had put Ricky's iPhone account onto another phone and used that to track and stalk him, she was fully aware of all their plans and activities. Brenda stated to Crystal that she wanted the hit to seem like a botched robbery. Brenda and Crystal made a decision to follow Kendra to observe her day-to-day activities. By doing this, they believed they would be able to pinpoint the perfect location for the attack. They tailed her car to work. Brenda and Crystal sat outside a Salvation Army and watched her through binoculars. They then followed her home from work and figured out how to get into the parking garage. They discovered that if they parked in a visitor's space first and then followed another car into the garage, that there would be no trouble in getting inside. To be sure that these routines were regular and nothing changed, they repeated their routine of stalking for a few days. Brenda, Crystal and Christopher completed one final run-through the day before on September the 1st and timed it. The attack was then due to be carried out by Crystal and Christopher alone the following day on September the 2nd. Brenda and Crystal met Jose early that morning to pick up the Jeep. They then went to a Jack in the Box restaurant to pick up Christopher. Brenda was then dropped off at a Carrollton library and Crystal and Christopher travelled on by themselves to Kendra's apartment building. When they arrived, they waited for roughly 30 minutes across the street before instead driving to Kendra's place of employment. Quite disturbingly, Crystal then briefly left to do the school run. She then returned once more to Kendra's workplace. Kendra then finished work and left, trailed by the Jeep. Crystal and Christopher lost Kendra in the traffic, so they made the decision to head straight back to Kendra's apartment building. They arrived first and entered the garage just as planned. Kendra returned and pulled into her parking space. Christopher then exited the vehicle. He then walked over to Kendra's car and pulled the trigger. Kendra was now permanently out of the picture for Brenda. Crystal now claimed that although she heard the shooting, she didn't actually see it. Crystal and Christopher then left the parking garage. She then dropped Christopher off at home. Crystal then picked up her son before meeting Brenda at Jose's house to return his Jeep. The case then went to trial. Crystal Cortez agreed to be the prosecution's key witness as part of the agreement that she made.
We would follow her from her job to her house. We pretty much just found out her daily routine.
Both Christopher and Crystal were accused of murder, and their trials were held separately. Crystal received a 35-year prison term in exchange for her testimony and guilty plea to a murder charge. When Christopher's car was searched, a firearm was discovered in a side compartment by the vehicle. Forensics matched his firearm to Kendra's attack. By the time the trial took place, Christopher was ready to talk. He admitted to being hired by Brenda, hired to carry out the attack on Kendra. He also stated that Brenda promised to pay him in cash and narcotics.
What's even more incredible is that investigators had phone calls recorded from the jail. They are of conversations between Love and his girlfriend. She asked him, "Why didn't you get rid of the gun if you used it to kill Dr. Hatcher?" He replies, I know it was stupid as, and then he uses an expletive. Love told detectives that even though he was at the scene, it was Crystal Cortez who pulled the trigger. Also, detectives say that the video refutes that. His lawyers are trying to paint him, though, as the patsy who will probably get the death penalty if he is convicted, while Brenda Delgado and Crystal Cortez, who are the alleged masterminds behind all of this, will not face the same punishment.
When I heard that this had happened to her, and no, I'm getting off topic, but I couldn't imagine who would do it. I couldn't imagine who would hurt her because nobody disliked her.
Christopher was found guilty and was sentenced to death.
It's been devastating. Nobody can get any sleep. Nobody can eat. We've all been trying to be brave for each other, and it's hard. I do feel sorry about the death of the dentist, and I do feel sorry about her family and that they have to go through something like this. And I don't think that any mother should see her child die.
Brenda attempted to evade her fate. She spent nearly 7 months in hiding before going to trial. She was even included on the FBI's 10 Most Wanted list. She was arrested in Mexico in April 2016. Only on the condition that she would not be sentenced to death, Mexican authorities agreed to extradite her. She was charged with murder after being returned to the United States. At first, Brenda's family and Ricky didn't think that she could be involved. They knew her as a wholesome, loving woman with strong Christian and family values. When he stopped their relationship, according to Ricky, they remained good friends. He even texted her the night that Kendra was shot to let her know what had happened. Brenda pledged to assist him however she could. Brenda entered a not guilty plea, and her defense claimed that she had an alibi and receipts to show that she was at the Chili's restaurant when Kendra passed. Her defense said that Brenda wasn't present when Kendra was wounded. However, the prosecution's claim was that Kendra was murdered as part of a murder-for-hire plot run by Brenda. The court was informed by prosecution that Brenda wanted Kendra out of the picture for a reason. She perceived her as a barrier to achieving her goals of reuniting with Ricky once more. And that simply couldn't happen if Kendra was still around. Brenda's cousin testified in court that Brenda suffered from depression as a result of her breakup from Ricky. He claimed that Brenda offered to pay him if he used a baseball bat to attack Kendra. He didn't accept the offer. A friend of Brenda's, Jennifer, testified that Brenda was upset with Ricky for ending their relationship and that she was very fascinated with him. She said before the court that Brenda read all of his emails and followed his whereabouts on his phone. She revealed to the jury that Brenda had access to his financial accounts and even had a copy of his house key. Brenda asked many people to eliminate Kendra. Prosecution claimed that she had taken advantage of Crystal. Crystal, a struggling single mother earning $11 an hour, aspired to be like Brenda, a woman with her own apartment, education and money. Brenda was someone that Crystal looked up to. According to testimony given in court, she gave Crystal $500, and the police also discovered a receipt to back this up.
Are you guilty of the capital murder of Kendra Hatcher?
Yes, I am.
Is Christopher Love guilty of the murder of Kendra Hatcher?
Yes, he is.
Is Brenda Delgado guilty of the murder of Kendra Hatcher?
Yes, she is.
Those 9 seconds from Crystal Cortez this afternoon sums up nearly 4 years of work for prosecutors to try and show Brenda Delgado as the mastermind in the murder of Kendra Hatcher. Cortez, appearing today in prison scrubs, is already serving a 35-year prison sentence for murder.
The court was informed that Brenda and Crystal spoke to one another 89 times over a 2-week period, from the 22nd of August to the 4th of September, and that cell phone data also connected her to Christopher prior to the murder. After only 30 minutes of deliberation, the jury found Brenda guilty.
You, Brenda Delgado, have earned your spot on this earth behind cold steel bars for the rest of your miserable, pathetic life. And if justice could have handed you a death sentence, make no mistake, I would have been there front and center.
She received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Jerae Wilson was born on September the 4th, 1996 in Weatherford, Oklahoma, about 70 miles from Oklahoma City, the state's capital. She was born to parents Rodney and Jara. Jerae loved music and enjoyed playing her guitar, trumpet and singing. She had a variety of interests including snowmobiling, riding motorcycles, four-wheelers and drawing. She was also an animal lover, enjoying horseback riding and spending time with cats and dogs. Jerae was described as confident, self-sufficient and headstrong. Jara and Rodney contacted the Custer County Sheriff's Office on October the 15th, 2012 to report their daughter, Jerae, missing. The last time they heard from her was on October the 14th at around 5 p.m. Jerae had left her parents' house a week before, during an argument in which her parents grounded her. She said that she would come back to the family home if her curfew was lifted, but the parents refused to do so. Jerae was still in contact with her parents though, texting them good morning and good night, but October the 14th was the last time that they heard from her. Mother Jara attempted to call her daughter around 10 p.m, but there was no answer. The Wilson family took to social media to help locate their daughter. They created missing posters and they distributed them on the internet and around town. However, Jerae did not come home. Police informed her parents she was most likely just a runaway, that there was not much they could do. The case was not taken seriously. However, the police did eventually issue an Amber Alert.
It has been more than 2 weeks since anyone has seen Jerae Wilson. Police in Custer County fear the teen may be in danger. KOCO's Michael Seiden talked to her family.
It's the worst feeling in the world. I mean, there's no way I can even describe it to you.
It's an Oklahoma tragedy that's grabbing the attention of complete strangers from all across the country.
People from California, New York, North Dakota, and everywhere. You know, putting her on their prayer list at church.
It's been 2 weeks since anyone has seen or heard from Jerae Wilson. The 16-year-old was last seen at this gas station in Weatherford. It's only a couple of miles away from the family home. A witness claims that she saw Jerae hanging out with a man who was driving a white car.
And we went look at footage from their security cameras, and for some reason that morning it didn't record.
Tears you apart. I don't know what to think anymore.
As the desperate search continues, investigators are looking at her disappearance as a possible case of human trafficking. There are reports that the teen may have owed money to someone involved in the illegal business.
What keeps you going?
Her. She's strong and she's hard-headed like her daddy. And we know we got to stay strong for her.
At this stage, they dive deeper into Jerae's life. When police obtained Jerae's cell phone records, they discovered that her phone last pinged on October the 14th at 7 p.m. After that time, there was no activity. Police contacted her friends. The friends told them that she was dropped off at a gas station at around 1:45 p.m. and then picked up again at 2:15 p.m. by a friend driving a tan-coloured Volvo. The friend who picked her up from the gas station stated that he dropped her off at a friend's house, after which Jerae left to hang out with Cody Godfrey and Tucker McGee. According to Cody and Tucker, they drove around for a few hours before dropping Jerae off at the university apartments at around 7 p.m. According to her cell phone record, what Cody and Tucker said lined up with the records showing that her phone was last pinged at 7 p.m. nearby to the apartments. During their investigation, police discovered that Jerae was dating a 25-year-old man with a history of drug use. When police tracked him down to speak with him, he was already in jail. He told police that he had nothing to do with her disappearance, but that Jerae did, however, owe money to a man named Gilberto.
She had told some friends that she was being sought after by this guy named G, and that she owed him $700 and he was going to kill her or prostitute her out.
Gilberto was a local drug dealer who claimed ties to the cartel and human trafficking. Coincidentally, Jerae had previously told her friends that she was afraid of being sold into human trafficking. So the Oklahoma Bureau of Narcotics became involved in the investigation.
Gilberto Paz were arrested today because of information discovered by the Oklahoma Bureau of Narcotics Human Trafficking Unit. The human trafficking unit began investigating the pair in connection with the disappearance of Jeray Wilson.
It is not tied directly to the disappearance out in Weatherford, but the information was developed as a result of following leads in the disappearance. And these two individuals arrested today for the homicide in southeast Oklahoma County. These two have not been ruled out, and they are suspects in the disappearance.
And detectives tell me that they will continue their search for Jeray. As for neighbors in this area, they say that this was a well-known drug house and that everyone has left since that murder occurred.
He admitted to knowing Jeray and offered to drive her wherever she wanted. He passed a polygraph test. Gilberto's reputation preceded him. However, he had no ties to any cartel or to human trafficking. 1 year passed. Jeray's parents held a vigil every month on the 15th, and they would continue to do so until such a time that their daughter was returned.
It is a case that has baffled investigators. A 16-year-old Weatherford girl disappears without a trace.
Posters for Jeray Wilson have been plastered all over the state. This one's hanging inside the Chickasha Police Department, and authorities are looking for your help. KOCO's Naveen Dhaliwal has the story.
Jeray Wilson was last seen leaving this convenience store in Hydro exactly a year ago. Authorities say human trafficking may have played a role in her disappearance, but her mother does not want to believe that.
It's awful thought to think that to me she's my baby, so to think that there's people out there that actually do that.
In the past 12 months, the Oklahoma Bureau of Narcotics Human Trafficking Unit has received countless leads on the whereabouts of Jeray with the help from her family.
We put flyers out. We still go, to different towns, and we have a lot of people helping us.
OBN says so far they've interviewed more than 100 people, served a dozen warrants in the case, and even arrested 2 people for an unrelated murder. Her mother, Jeray Wilson, has heard the stories.
That she's being into human trafficking, or she's just been, traded for drugs. I feel like someone's holding her against her will.
As the authorities continue the search, the pain of not knowing what happened to Jeray is unbearable.
I don't even know if I could describe it. It's just the worst feeling in the world.
But within a few minutes, Jeray regains her composure to be strong for her baby girl.
We won't ever give up, and we will find her. I promise her that.
OBN says they're following up on all tips they receive on the disappearance of Jeray Wilson. They're hoping they're going to get that one solid lead that'll bring her home.
However, police had come to a dead end, so they decided to start from the beginning by re-interviewing her friends. They once more questioned Cody Godfrey and Tucker McGee. They both claimed once more that they only dropped Jeray off near the university apartments. However, police now knew that Cody and Tucker were the final people to come into contact with Jeray. This realization put pressure on the 2 friends. Cody was the first to crack. He finally admitted what happened that night. Tucker received a message from Jeray asking for a ride. Tucker, according to Cody, showed him a gun and suggested that they kill her. They smoked synthetic marijuana before picking her up. They drove her to a remote location and just talked for a couple of hours. Cody said that they were about to leave, so he walked to the car. Tucker was carrying the gun in his waistband when he pulled it out and shot Jeray in the side of the head. Cody got out of the car and looked at Jeray. She was moaning in pain on the floor. Tucker then became enraged because Jeray was still alive. Tucker, according to Cody, shot Jeray in the face at point-blank range. Cody stated that he felt he had no choice but to assist Tucker in moving the body at that point. They then returned to town and dumped her belongings in a dumpster. The next day, Tucker and Cody returned to the scene with another friend, Caleb McLemore, and buried Jeray in a shallow grave. Disturbingly, Jeray's last message to her friend, Trey Gloria, stated that she felt sketched out when she was around Cody and Tucker. On December the 17th, 2013, police asked Cody to lead them to Jeray's body. Upon arrival, Cody thought he had taken them to the wrong location.
On Tuesday, investigators found human remains that may be the missing Weatherford teen. Dre disappeared last October. Almost immediately after Tuesday's discovery, Tucker McGee was arrested in connection to the case. We have live team coverage beginning with KOCO's Naveen Dhaliwal in Weatherford. Naveen, at this time, officials, though, can still not confirm the body is Dre's.
Good morning, Katie. They can't say for sure, but OBN says an informant in the Dre Wilson case led them to This Rural Road. Now, the crime scene is about a half mile from where I'm standing. We're about 2 miles north of Weatherford Airport. Now, Sky 5 was first on the scene yesterday when work was being done here. This is what we know. OBN says they secured the scene on Sunday night, and early yesterday morning, OSBI agents began that work. Now, OBN says within moments of them beginning to dig, they found a human skull and then more human remains. Now, OBN says even though they can't positively say this is Dre Wilson, her parents were informed of the findings.
When you investigate something for 14 months, quite frankly, you become very close with family members and things of this nature. We obviously did not go tell them we found Dre because we don't know that at this point, but we did in fact make contact with the family.
Dental records were then used to identify the remains as those of Dre Wilson. Police asked Cody to call Tucker while they recorded the conversation. Cody began telling Tucker that he made a mistake. Tucker admitted that they messed up, and when Cody asked if he got rid of the gun, Tucker replied, "It's gone." The third friend, Caleb, was brought in for questioning. At first he was uncooperative, but eventually told his story, which coincided with what Cody had said. Tucker McGee was arrested at his home. There were posters on his wall of TV show Dexter. He was then charged with first-degree murder.
She was a good person.
She laughed a lot. She was nice to everybody. She had lots of friends. I mean, from the kids that nobody liked, she would always take them in as a friend. And
she got along with everybody, no matter what.
19-year-old Tucker McGee. He'll be arraigned this afternoon. Right now, he's being held in the Custer County Jail there in Arapahoe. Today in court, he's expected to hear the charges against him, and we're told that that will include first-degree murder in connection with the death of Dre Wilson. Our crews talked with neighbors who know McGee. They tell us that he was a quiet kid, graduated from Weatherford High, and the investigation, we're told, is far from over. Officials with the Oklahoma Bureau of Narcotics say it's possible that more people will be arrested.
Prosecutors in court sought the death penalty, but because Tucker was 10 days shy of his 18th birthday at the time of the murder, they settled for life in prison. Tucker was convicted of first-degree murder on March 3, 2015. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Tucker's sentence was then overturned because minors in Oklahoma cannot be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In June 2018, Tucker was subsequently sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole, but only after serving 38 years. Tucker McGee is currently incarcerated at Oklahoma's Lawton Correctional Facility.
New charges tonight in a Weatherford teen's death. Dre Wilson's remains were found back in December. Days later, Tucker McGee was charged with her murder. Now, two of his friends, Caleb McLemore and an underage boy who's not been identified, are charged with helping him cover up that crime. KOCO's Kim Passoff with a story new at 5.
Both boys appeared in court today. Cameras were not allowed, and only family members could sit in for the juveniles hearing. Dre Wilson's parents were there for both.
And you have to listen to them say your child's name and being murdered in the same sentence. It's hard.
For a year, Rodney and Jara Wilson waited and wondered, where was their daughter, Dre? Investigators say Tucker McGee, Caleb McLemore, and another boy under the age of 18 knew all along.
I can't even explain it in words to make anybody understand it. How someone can go 14 months and be walking next to you and never say nothing.
Investigators allege McGee shot Dre in the head and then hid her body under a tree, all while the minor boy watched on. McLemore allegedly drove McGee and the other boy back to the area the next day
and gave them a shovel to dig a grave for Jeray's body. The boy who witnessed the crime came forward a year later, leading investigators to Jeray's remains. When questioned, McLemore denied involvement.
Today is actually the first day I've seen those two personally.
Now both McLemore and the underage boy are charged with helping their friend. The Wilsons say it's justice for Jeray, but it will never be enough. They will never get their daughter back.
I'd like to go 19 months back and stop it. That's what I'd like to do.
McLemore's bond is set at $50,000. His next court appearance will be June 9th.
Cody Godfrey pled guilty to accessory after the fact and received no prison time. Caleb McLemore pleaded guilty to accessory and was sentenced to 2 years in prison and 15 years probation. The Wilson family pushed Senate Bill 1221, which would evaluate minors accused of murder and give judges the authority to sentence them to life in prison without the possibility of parole, but the governor vetoed the bill. Father Rodney said that the news was pretty difficult to swallow. Her mother said that she was sick to her stomach. She also informed the media that, "We kept going because we knew we had to find her and that she was still out there somewhere. Now we don't know what we have left to keep going."
You, Dad, you have mad at the son of you. You're a big fat jerk. Do you know that? We don't like you anymore. This is the last time you'll hear of me. Okay? Bye.
Viewer discretion is advised for this educational documentary. It is often said that opposites attract, and I do believe that in relationships this is often rather true. One person may be creative and messy, and the other may be logical and organised. But what happens when these opposites are more extreme in nature? What if one partner was loving, hard-working, funny and upbeat? But what if the other was cruel, lazy and acts in reprehensible ways? This is the true story of Jackie Waller. Welcome or welcome back to Dark Case Documentaries. I bring you true crime, disturbing stories and other things that you may later regret knowing, with at least 2 new videos every week. Please do join the quickly growing Dark Case family by hitting subscribe now and turning on notifications. Thank you so much for choosing to be here with me. Our love and respect goes out to those that knew and loved Jackie. Jackie Waller was about to break free from a life that no longer gave her what she needed. In 2011, at 39 years old, Jackie lived in Missouri, USA and had been blessed with triplets. She was successful in her career as a manager at an insurance business. However, something wasn't right. Her husband Clay Waller moved from job to job. He had multiple affairs. Jackie was the main breadwinner and caregiver to their children. Clay wasn't liked by his in-laws or Jackie's sibling. The marriage of Jackie and Clay was officially broken. Jackie asked for a divorce and Clay eventually agreed. She was about to experience the freedom that she had so desired for such a long time. On June 1st, 2011, Jackie and Clay went to their lawyer's office to sign some divorce-related paperwork. They then went their separate ways. After leaving the lawyer's office, Jackie made a call to her sister, Cheryl. At this time, Jackie and the kids were living in Cheryl's house. Jackie told her that she was about to go to Clay's house to pick up their son, Maddox. However, it was to be a fleeting visit, and Jackie assured Cheryl that she would return home soon. Jackie never returned home. Cheryl was in a panic by 7 o'clock that evening. Jackie had not returned her call despite her many attempts. Cheryl had also tried to call Clay several times, and eventually he called her back. He assured her that he would inform her if he did indeed see Jackie. Cheryl went into sister mode. She immediately drove the hour to Clay's house, which was located in Jackson. However, on the way, she dropped into the police station. She told them, hauntingly, "I know Clay killed my sister." Let's investigate a little why she had such strong feelings about her sister's fate. What was it about Clay that convinced Cheryl that he had murdered her sister before Jackie had even officially gone missing? Jackie at one time adored Clay. She cherished taking care of him. Clay had a stammer and spoke quietly, which meant that Jackie would often have to speak up for him, protecting her beloved husband. Seemingly happy enough as a couple, they tried to grow their family. Therefore, Jackie was overjoyed when she learned that she was pregnant. And she was astonished when she gave birth to 3 lovely children. Triplets, 2 girls and 1 boy. Jackie readily embraced parenthood. It seemed like this was what she was born to do, to be a mother. She was able to care for the 3 kids, provide nighttime feedings, and maintain a 40-hour work week. She was more than capable of providing for her children's needs, both at home and financially. A real supermum. On the opposite side of the spectrum, there was Clay. While he claimed to love his kids, he didn't do anything to provide for them, either emotionally or financially. Stan and Ruby Rawson, Jackie's parents, didn't like him either, and it wasn't hard to see why. He changed jobs frequently and began having extramarital affairs. Jackie was also subjected to physical and emotional abuse at the hands of Clay. Jackie reached a point where she had to put an end to this situation. It wasn't good for anyone involved, much less the kids. If she divorced Clay, she will be able to take care of her children and give them a happy environment, something that was incredibly important to Jackie. She informed Clay that she was considering leaving and would take the kids with her if she did. The following year, Clay started threatening Jackie. She felt uneasy. She had a lot to lose and a lot to live for. So much so that she recorded everything he said to her in a journal that she kept at work. She recorded his direct threats, such as, a divorce would be her death sentence. She even wrote that Clay was threatening to kill the triplets. He promised her that he would take them fishing and throw them overboard. Wisely, Jackie relocated to live with Cheryl, her spouse Bob, and their kids. There, this blended family were happy. This new setup worked well for everyone. Everyone, that is, but Clay. But it appeared like things were calming down with Clay after a short while. When their divorce was set to be finalised, Jackie had started dating once more. This shouldn't have been much of an issue. Clay also did likewise, not to mention his history of infidelity. Cheryl, with everything she knew about the situation, simply knew something horrible had happened, and that there was only one person to blame when Jackie didn't come home on June the 1st. Back to June the 1st, and officers in Jackson took Cheryl at her word when she stepped into the police station that evening. An officer was dispatched right away to Clay's home. Clay admitted to the policeman that he had been with Jackie that day. They first met at Walgreens at about 11 AM. They went to eat lunch. They took some time to explore the town on their own. And then they met together at the attorney's office at 3 PM to sign some paperwork. He claimed that she then returned to his home to talk about the divorce. He said they did have a minor argument, but she left afterwards on foot. When he went back to the house after going out and looking for her, her car was now gone, indicating that she had departed already. The police then located Jackie's vehicle. At first, it appeared that the tyre had blown while she was driving, so authorities then investigated whether she had taken a ride with someone, dialed 911, or something more sinister like she had been kidnapped. However, a closer look at the tyre showed she hadn't actually driven over anything. The tyre had been pierced when the vehicle was parked.
I think from 6 o'clock last Wednesday evening, I don't think Jackie's on this earth anymore. I think we're talking about retrieving her body is what we're talking about.
While they want to stay hopeful, Stan and Ruby Rawson believe their daughter is never coming home.
You just don't have any other hope, really, that they'll find her alive.
Last seen here off Woodland Drive in Jackson last Wednesday. Jackie Waller's parents say she was supposed to pick up her son at her estranged husband's home. Instead, her SUV was found abandoned off Interstate 55 near Fruitland.
God, I wish I could tell you some of the stuff I really know about the evidence and everything, but I can't do it.
Stan Rawson, not wanting to jeopardize the investigation, shifts his focus to talking about his daughter.
She loved her babies, them triplets. She just loved them to pieces. Her life was those triplets and her work.
She was just always a sassy, funny, witty girl, and we just really enjoyed her.
Her loved ones say her biggest accomplishment, no doubt, her children.
Police examined Clay's description of the day that Jackie vanished. CCTV footage showed that he did see Jackie at the Walgreens at around 11 a.m. They also saw Jackie at around 2 p.m. and this was the last time that she was captured on video. They also found footage of Clay from that evening. He was dressed differently than he was earlier in the day when he had been captured in a toy store. Even more CCTV footage revealed Clay scrubbing his boat. Police were having trouble pinning down the timeline of the day. They had no idea what had happened to Jackie or where she was, nor did they know Clay's exact movements on June the 1st. Clay's obtuse attitude would soon cause him some issues. He walked about town making fun of the police and threatened Jackie's relatives. He warned them not to look for anything, not to look for their beloved Jackie. He would honk his car horn as he drove past Jackie's family's homes, harassing and intimidating them. He couldn't hide the vile man that he was, nor could he seem to keep his mouth shut. He continued to threaten people close to Jackie.
You might be willing to say a few words today?
Well, I'll say it after the thing.
Okay.
I'll say it after the thing.
Is there anything you'd like to say beforehand? Anything to the community, or?
I just miss my wife and my kids, and we're just trying to fight to see them.
Do you think you'll get that?
Well, I hope so. I mean, it's been a hard time for us all. So we're just gonna keep hoping for the best. Well, I can't change how people feel. I mean, there's a lot of emotions that are running high right now. We're all just sad. It's just sad on both sides of the fence here.
And still want to let people know that you didn't have anything to do with what's going on here, and you want what everyone else wants. You want to find your wife.
For sure, yeah. We want her to come home alive.
Clay threatened Cheryl online after the court granted her custody of the triplets 4 months after Jackie vanished. There he remarked, "You are dead." Those 3 short words will be enough to foil his reign of terror. Clay was arrested for the federal crime of threatening Cheryl's life.
And jacked around, and if you guys know so much, figure it out. I don't know what to tell you. I had nothing to do with that.
Clay received 5 years in prison after entering a guilty plea. This incarceration gave police the time they needed to develop a case against him in connection with Jackie's disappearance, while also ensuring that an obviously dangerous man was taken off the streets and was no longer a threat to the community. Time was needed because police and prosecutors had to build a very strong case based solely on circumstantial evidence in the absence of a body. All in all, it took 2 years to do this. A charge of the first-degree murder of Jackie plus evidence tampering were brought against Clay. Although Clay was a target of a compelling prosecution, circumstantial evidence is always a challenge to gain a conviction from. Police dug deeper and searched Clay's home once more. They saw evidence of bloods on the wall in the hallway and a carpet had been removed. In the basement, they discovered the ripped-up carpet. It had been torn into strips, but it was obviously stained with blood. This blood matched with Jackie's. A plea deal was presented to Clay. Jackie's mum and dad approved of this plea agreement. Their ability to bring Jackie home was now all they wanted. The agreement was that if Clay informed the police what he did that night and where Jackie was, he could plead guilty to second-degree murder and only receive up to 20 years in prison. Clay then took them to Devil's Island. When they arrived at Devil's Island, Clay was unable to recall the precise location of Jackie's grave. He was aware of the body's presence but was unsure of exactly where it was. But thankfully, one of the officers located Jackie's skeletal remains.
Emotionally, it's been a roller coaster, and it was hard. So hard.
I know the kids are just now learning all this too, so you're going to have to deal with their emotions on top of yours, but I'm sure putting theirs first in this process.
Yes, we are. We sit down and talk to them, all of us together, and they have a lot of questions, and we don't have the answers for them.
It was devastating to them, but they'll be okay. They know we all love them so much.
Is it just unbelievable to think you're at that point? I mean, knowing how many times we've talked and it's been the unknown and the unknown.
Oh, yes.
To finally be there.
Yeah, is like I said, something you prayed for 2 years, and then it's here and you're going, I'm overwhelmed. I said, we waited on God, and that's what it's been all this time. I said, it's in His time and not ours, but that's so hard when you're going through it at that time.
If you pray for rain, you ought to carry an umbrella. And no wonder, we didn't have enough faith, I guess. He does things in his own time.
By May the 29th, 2013, nearly 2 years have passed since Jackie's vanishing. Police wanted to know what had happened to Jackie. Clay was now ready to talk. He said he invited her over to end their marriage with one final sexual encounter. He said that there was blood in the hallway because when they were in the kitchen, they unintentionally knocked heads. Jackie then began to bleed from her nose. He said that Jackie then started yelling at him, claiming that he wouldn't see the kids again, and she would tell everyone that he beat her up, which made him lose it. In a fit of rage, he said he only dealt one blow to the face, and then he pressed his arm against her neck. Then she simply stopped moving. He said the act was without prior planning, and that he did it only after she threatened him with the potential that he might never see his kids again. It was clear to the police that his account was not completely truthful. In reality, when Jackie arrived at Clay's, it was indeed to pick up her son, Maddox. However, she was unaware that Maddox wasn't even home. He was at Clay's then current romantic partner's house. Additionally, Clay said that he punched her only once, but the autopsy results refuted this. Jackie had several fractures and signs of blunt force found during the autopsy. Although Clay was caught in his lies, to him it no longer mattered. The plea agreement limited his sentence to 20 years at most. However, there was one particular detail he shared during his confession that he would later come to regret. He admitted to the police that he had dug a grave for Jackie's remains the day before. This was in contrast to his claims that he made the decision to take her life on the spot, in an act of passion. But Clay's most damaging mistake was that by digging the hole, he actually travelled into Illinois from Missouri and then came back with the purpose to end Jackie. That meant he might be charged with violating the Interstate Domestic Violence Act. This carries a 35-year term and only kicks in after the 20-year sentence for murder is served.
You need to be apologetic and remorseful.
I'm not. I'm gonna stand up in court tomorrow and tell everybody themselves. Why should I care what they're going through if they don't care what I'm going through? You understand?
No, I don't. You're not the victim, Clay.
It happened 2 years ago. I just want to move on. I'm sorry, I'm going to jail. That's it.
When their father killed their mother, the triplets were just 5 years old. Maddox's victim impact statement was read aloud in court.
You betrayed, you two did, you killed our mom, you betrayed your kids, you big fat jerk. You're a big fat jerk, do you know that? I wish you were never my dad, you big fat jerk. I never want to see you again for my entire life. We don't like you anymore. This is the last time you'll hear of me, okay? Bye.
Clay was sentenced to the full 55 years in prison. Jessica Heeringer could have been any of us. She had a family, a job, and found herself wanting more from life. But one fateful night, she disappeared without a trace. 25-year-old Jessica was born on July 16, 1987 in Muskegon, Michigan. She was the daughter of Pete Jenkins and Shelley Heeringer, and was one of 3 siblings, having 2 sisters. She was described by those close to her as smart, loving, and a hard worker. In her early 20s, she gave birth to her only child, a son named Zevin. She was also engaged to her son's father, Dakota Quayle Dyer, who described her as a good mother. Dakota said Jessica had a great relationship with their son despite their admittedly rocky on-again off-again relationship, as well as her reported history with illicit substances. Jessica was employed at an Exxon service station in her hometown of Norton Shores, Michigan. There she regularly worked the night shift to provide for her child after her fiancé lost his job. The relatively quiet community located off the shores of Lake Michigan was known for its high-quality schools, as well as its natural beauty, boasting several state and local parks. In short, it can be compared to many growing communities in the United States. It is not a place where one would assume an awful crime to take place. Despite being able to provide for her young family, Jessica was a young woman who wanted more from her life. A recurring theme in her journals revealed a strong desire to achieve more. She had goals to attend college, to become an accountant, and to continue to grow and build a great life for her son. Unfortunately, she would never get that chance. On the day of April 26, 2013, nothing about Jessica's day was out of the ordinary. Before showing up to work that day, she went to buy groceries for her family at a local Aldi store at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, before reporting to work at around 4:33 p.m, where she was scheduled to work until the store's closure at 11:30 p.m. It was common for Jessica to work alone at night, and while many felt that this was a cause for concern, Jessica didn't mind. Customers of the service station that night and day had not noticed anything peculiar, nor did they find any of Jessica's behaviour unusual. Customers came and went throughout the shift. However, things would take a dark turn towards the end of the night. Towards the end of her shift at 10:55 p.m, a woman entered the store to make the last recorded purchase of that night. She noted that Jessica was alone, however, she did not appear to be nervous or in any visible distress. The woman also said that there was no one else in the store or the parking lot at this time. Sadly, this is the last time anyone would see Jessica alive. Approximately 10 minutes later, a male customer arrived at the store to purchase gasoline. However, the pump was failing to work. Upon entering the store, he discovered that there was no attendant present. After chatting with another customer, the man called the police and reported that no one was in the store. This is that call.
Miss Keegan 911, where's your emergency?
I don't know if it's emergency. I just got to work. I'm at the Exxon gas station on Sternberg Road, kind of Sternberg, Grand Haven.
Okay.
And there's nobody here. It wouldn't allow me to pump gas, but I had walked inside. There's nobody. There's a car here. There's another car out front. But it is very suspicious why there's nobody here.
20 minutes later, the police arrived on the scene and the investigation into Jessica's disappearance officially began. Upon arrival, police found Jessica's jacket and purse, which contained over $400 in cash. The cash register also remained untouched. The investigators at the scene found no sign of a struggle, ruling out the possibility of a robbery. Upon deeper investigation, law enforcement also noted that the back door to the establishment was held ajar with the trash can. This led officers to assume that when Jessica was taken, she was in the process of closing the store. The only other physical evidence left at the scene was a 2x3 inch area of blood. This was later identified as belonging to Jessica Heeringer. Near the blood, police also found the battery cover of the laser sight of a Walther P22 pistol, along with 2 watch batteries. Unfortunately, the store did not have any security cameras inside the building. Therefore, no footage existed that might show what happened to Jessica, a crime that could have been solved on the spot.
Just hoping she's okay, and that she'll come home and be with me and my son. I just want her home.
I feel like it's somebody who has been in there, who knew that these girls are by themselves. It happened right before closing, maybe when they didn't think it was going to be busy. I don't know.
Since Jessica went missing Friday night, there has been a massive volunteer effort, people handing out flyers and going door to door searching for answers. Many of those people are at that vigil that's starting right now. And 24-hour News 8's Marley Ginter is there live. Marley?
Well, so, you know, when you checked in with me about 30 minutes ago, you only saw about a handful of people out here, but just look at how many people have showed up since, all in support of 25-year-old Jessica Heringa. You can see that this parking lot is filled right now with friends, family members. They have been posting this all over Facebook, hoping to get as many people out here as possible.
Witness testimonies would provide two pieces of valuable information on who might have taken Jessica. The first is that on the night of the disappearance, the manager of the Exxon store said she was driving by the store that night, and whilst doing so, she noticed a silver minivan that had pulled up to the rear of the store and turned off its headlights. Suspicious that Jessica might be trying to steal from the store, the manager turned around and observed the minivan. She claims that the driver opened the rear of the vehicle and appeared to be adjusting something before closing the hatch. Shortly after, the driver returned to their vehicle and drove away. They saw no one exit the door, nor was the back door ever opened. The manager's husband, who was with her, noted that the minivan looked like a silver Chrysler Town & Country, and he described the driver as having crazy or wavy hair. They also described the man as tall with a medium build, which allowed detectives to create a composite sketch of the alleged kidnapper. It's worth noting that neither the manager nor her husband saw any sign of Jessica in the vehicle.
I actually think that it's a pretty good sketch, and that there's some features on it that maybe don't look exactly like him, but some of his features I'm hoping will stand out, like the hair, the close-set eyes, and everything, to somebody.
During the investigation, security cameras from 3 other businesses would capture video footage of this van between 11:02 p.m. and 11:05 p.m. The footage showed the van heading away from the Exxon store, heading northbound. Police would interview a man, Jeffrey Willis, concerning Jessica's disappearance, as he lived in the area and also owned a silver minivan. Jeffrey Willis used to be a janitor in a school, but he was fired after it was discovered he was accessing illegal content on school computers. Willis claimed that he had been home since 12:30 a.m. and police found no evidence in his vehicle that tied him to Jessica. However, detectives noticed that it seemed as if the van had recently been cleaned. With only circumstantial evidence, the police could not arrest Willis and the trail went cold.
I'm hoping that something in that photo will trigger someone's mind that, hey, that's so-and-so's van, and they can give us a call and we'll find it.
All right. Thank you so much, Chief. We appreciate your time here this morning.
For years, no information on Jessica would come to light, nor would her body be recovered. Over a year after Jessica vanished, another case crossed paths with hers. A jogger, 36-year-old Rebecca Bletch, was discovered by neighbours laying in the road. She was believed to have been hit by a car.
911, where is your emergency?
We come up to this lady, she's laying in the road. I think she was hit by a car.
Okay.
She's got a head injury.
Instead, it was later revealed that someone had in fact pulled the trigger, hitting her in the head 3 times.
Police say the victim had been shot 3 times in the back of the head and reveal that she suffered bruises to her wrists, hands, back, and leg. It's not clear what caused the bruises. Bletch was still alive with a weak pulse when neighbors found her on Automobile Road, not far from her home, just after 6 in the evening on June 29th. She died a short time later. Investigators say they also found 3 .22 caliber shell casings near her body.
The case occurred just 20 minutes from Jessica's last known location. However, this case went cold, just like Jessica's. But apart from being relatively geographically close, none of this would be tied together until another 2 years later. In 2016, however, the case would take a drastic turn when a teenage girl came forward to report an attempted kidnapping. The girl told law enforcement that she had been taken by a man in a van who had held her at gunpoint. Luckily, she managed to escape by jumping out of the vehicle and running to a nearby home where the residents called 911.
Okay, we're gonna get out there, okay? Stay in the line with me, okay? Stay in the line with me. Who has a gun? Okay, so the guy's not there?
Stop.
Is it the female? Who was it?
I don't even know him. I'm just, please let me know. Right now, please let me know.
Okay, the officer's right around the corner, okay? How old about was he?
He was 6 years in his 40s.
And was it a minivan? Like a full-size van?
Yes.
And you say he was about 40 years old?
You're so right. What'd you say?
So, what color hair did he have? Or
A security camera records a silver minivan turning around in the Sodini Blueberry Farms driveway.
The information provided by the teenager would help police reduce thousands of potential suspects to just 11. And when put in a lineup, the teen identified Jeffrey Willis as her attempted kidnapper.
Police have confidence the van belongs to Jeffrey Willis. The teen girl picked Jeffrey Willis out of a photo lineup, identifying him without hesitation. Items found in his van provide police with the evidence to eventually charge him.
In May 2017, Jeffrey Willis would finally be brought in for questioning and his van and home were searched. This led police to find a stolen Walther P22 pistol with a missing laser sight. The weapon in the toolkit was tested. It was proven to be the same weapon used in the Rebecca Blech case. The weapon was also missing the battery cover, as found where Jessica vanished, as well as a lot of evidence on his computer. This not only implicated him in the teen's attempted kidnapping, but also the disappearance of Jessica Heeringer. This evidence was enough to charge Willis for kidnapping and murder. In an absolutely bizarre twist, a month after Jeffrey Willis was arrested, so was his cousin Kevin Bloom. Kevin Bloom was a prison guard in Michigan. He had a big mouth that would land him straight in the middle of not one but two cases. Kevin told the police during an interview that Jeffrey phoned him one day telling him there was a party at his house. When he arrived, he saw Jessica Heeringer unconscious and without clothes laying on the floor. She had an obvious injury to the head. She was subsequently ended, wrapped in a sheet and then buried in an undisclosed location. However, at the end of the interview, he would withdraw his statement. But the cat was out of the bag. Leading up to the trial, Willis's defense attorney claimed that all the evidence was circumstantial, and the jury would be instructed that it was okay to have only circumstantial evidence for kidnapping and murder convictions. However, despite the lack of physical evidence, the judge determined that there was enough evidence against Willis. Evidence recovered from his computer, his vehicle, and testimony from witnesses. This would allow him to be charged with all the crimes related to the case of Jessica Heeringer. Willis pleaded not guilty to all charges, and his defense argued that Jessica's passing was a result of a deal gone bad. Mentioning her previous history with illicit substances and the lack of a body was evidence enough that Willis was not guilty of this crime. With their work cut out for them, the prosecution had to make the case that Willis was responsible for the disappearance of Jessica, but would have to do it without DNA evidence that directly tied Willis to Jessica. The prosecution argued that while there was a lack of DNA evidence, there were traces of bleach found in Willis's basement, and they advised that 3 years would have been plenty of time to clean up any DNA evidence that might have implicated Willis. Additionally, the prosecution explained to the jury that there was plenty of other evidence that pointed to Willis that could be found on his personal computer. They brought in expert testimony such as Michigan State computer crimes expert Chris Previtt. He stated that people often had computer passwords that were tied to something personal. Prior to Jessica's disappearance, he stated that Willis's password had been his daughter's birthday. However, it was changed to J4L27H13 in 2015. JLH is Jessica's initials, and the date 4/27/2013, a day after Jessica's disappearance. Prosecutors argued that while the public knew the date of Jessica's disappearance, only her assailant would know the date on which she passed. The prosecution also stated that evidence found on Willis's computer included a file called VIX, allegedly short for victims, with a subfolder that was titled with Jessica's initials, which included photos of Jessica and the date of her disappearance. Detectives also uncovered illicit photos of children on his computer, as well as disturbing imagery of women and children. Digital forensics analyst Gerald McCarthy described this as some of the most gruesome images he had ever seen. During the trial, it was also revealed that detectives uncovered a padlock toolbox in his van, which they described as a kit. The toolbox contained handcuffs, gloves, rope, and other items such as insulin and needles. This furthered the prosecution's argument that Willis was a dangerous man who desired dominance over his victims. This was backed by witness testimony including a teenage girl who Willis attempted to abduct, and Dawn Schmidt, the woman who called 911. Jeffrey Willis's ex-wife, Charlene Bishop, whom he was married to at the time of Jessica's disappearance, also testified and dismantled dismantled much of the defence's claims that the items in the vehicle did not exclusively belong to Willis. Charlene stated that she was diabetic. However, she used an insulin pump rather than a syringe and needle, and she did not provide Willis with any insulin. She also denied owning any of the items found in the toolbox. With the evidence and testimonies provided, Hilson, the prosecutor, contended that Willis abducted Jessica from the Exxon service station at approximately 11 p.m. Then, Hilson said, Willis brought Jessica to his grandfather's house. Here, he intimately assaulted her before ending her life. After an hour and a half of deliberation, Willis was found guilty of all charges and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Although it is obviously unfortunate in many ways that Jessica's body has still never been recovered, the prosecution was relieved to put who they described as a dangerous repeat offender behind bars. However, for Jessica's family, the case isn't closed until her body is recovered. The family have also been pushing for more safety for people such as Jessica. In December 2013, Jessica Heeringer's family, in cooperation with members of the Michigan House of Representatives, proposed a bill called the Jessica Heeringer Act, also known as Jessica's Law. Jessica's Law would require gas stations and convenience stores that were open from 11 p.m. to 5 p.m., like the one that Jessica worked at, to install and maintain a security camera system, or to have at least 2 employees on shift during these hours in order to protect the employees. Despite Jessica's family and lawmakers' efforts, the bill has yet to be passed as of February 2023. Lauren Giddings was born on April 18, 1984 in the charming town of Tacoma Park, Maryland. She was the cherished oldest daughter of William and Karen Giddings, and they eventually gave her 2 younger sisters named Sarah and Caitlin. As she grew up, Lauren's outgoing nature made her popular among her peers. She attended St. Mary's School from kindergarten until 8th grade. There, her strong support system of family and friends encouraged her into a confident and ambitious young woman. This same shining light that existed within Lauren would carry on into high school, and there she quickly gained popularity for her mesmerizing spirit, her confidence and athletics, excelling in field hockey and softball. Lauren graduated in 2002 from Atherton High School in Columbia, Maryland. Her parents were now prouder than ever as she pursued a college degree. Lauren would be the first in her family to attend university. With her parents' unrelenting encouragement and dreams of a bright future, Lauren felt herself attracted to the South. This is why she ventured to South Georgia and enrolled at the Agnes Scott College to kickstart her career. After 4 years of the same popularity, bubbliness and confidence that had always attracted her a loyal group of friends, Lauren graduated with a degree in political science, a minor in religious studies, and a glowing reputation of being well-liked and approachable. It was during this time that she met her boyfriend, David Vandiver, a lawyer in Atlanta, Georgia. Their paths crossed when Lauren was just 23 years old, interning at the law firm where he worked. He was 20 years older than her, but to Lauren, this just didn't matter. Their connection was instant and she was immediately drawn to him. Throughout her undergraduate years, their love only blossomed. David saw Lauren as not only a beautiful woman, but also intelligent, as level-headed, and as a sharp-witted soul. Her laughter was infectious, and her laid-back nature was a perfect match for him. They shared a similar sense of humour, and this became the foundation of their connection that was set to last. After achieving her undergraduate degree, Lauren moved back to Maryland. She then began an internship at the National Center for Public Policy based in Washington, D.C. She was driven by her overwhelming desire to make a difference using her talents. It was during this internship that Lauren realized that her true passions for advocacy lied within the world of law. In 2008, Lauren decided to move back to Macon, Georgia so she could attend law school. Luckily for her, she had found an apartment which was located directly across the street from her chosen institution. She enrolled at Mercer University's Walter F. George School of Law, where her dedication and leadership skills were quickly noticed. Lauren excelled as she always did during these years, earning her a spot as president of the Federalist Society at her school. On May the 14th, 2011, Lauren's hard work and determination had paid off. She exceeded the expectations of even her family as she earned her Juris Doctorate degree. Lauren and her family basked in the successes. Just look at what her drive and ambition had achieved already. Lauren's life in Georgia was looking extremely promising. However, Lauren's heart and soul remained firmly tied to her family back at home in Maryland. She visited home most holidays, her Sunday calls to her beloved grandmother never wavering. Her studies were nearly complete, with the only thing standing between Lauren and her career being the Georgia State bar exam. Lauren was ready to start her new chapter, and her dreams were now within reach. Her love story with David also continued. Lauren now made plans to move in with him after she passed the exam. She had now been working towards this for so many years. Her focus remained steadfast on her goals. Lauren was really doing it. Macon, Georgia is a city that's nestled in the heart of the deep south of the United States. With a rich blend of history, culture, and southern hospitality, the city has distinct traditions and stories that give it a unique character. It birthed legendary artists such as Otis Redding and the Allman Brothers Band, and it is still a hub for music enthusiasts as well as soul lovers. At the center, Mercer University stands as a prideful symbol of education and knowledge, a place where bright minds like Lauren Giddings attended to pursue her dreams. On Sunday, June 26, 2011, Lauren had spent another day enthralling herself in her study prep, something she had been doing for weeks by this time. She was deep in her studies for the bar exam, and she had told her family that she would be off the grid for a few weeks, looking to just focus as hard as she could. As the sun dipped below the horizon and Lauren journeyed back to her apartment for the night, she couldn't shake the sense of unease that she felt about returning home. The night before, she was extremely suspicious that someone or something had tried to break into her apartment. She had emailed her boyfriend David about it, telling him that, and I quote, Macon hoodlums were messing with her. The worst part was that this wasn't an isolated incident. During one of her trips home to her apartment, she couldn't shake off the feeling that things seemed to be out of place, a feeling that things had been moved while she was out. When she told her family and friends about it, she tried to brush off these bad thoughts, attributing it to her imagination. I think we've all had moments like this. I swear I didn't leave that there. That curtain wasn't hanging in that way. Stuff like that. However, every time Lauren returned to her apartment alone after dark, an eerie feeling was washing over her. Every creak made her jump and she struggled to sleep at night. But she kept telling herself that nothing was actually there. She had considered moving, contemplated taking action to escape the growing dread that she felt day in and day out. A feeling that had no real tangible source. There was no real proof of danger, only a lingering feeling that she wasn't alone. And this night wasn't any different. Another night where she felt like someone was watching her. But just like every other night, she just tried to brush off this feeling, and then she went to sleep in preparation for another busy day. As Lauren plunged deeper into her bar exam preparations, her family grew accustomed to her silence. She was so deeply focused on her studies that when days passed without response to messages or calls, her family members weren't overly concerned. One of Lauren's sisters, Caitlin, had tried to reach out to her, calling, texting, and emailing, but it wasn't anything too important. It was only for a casual catch-up. And as each of these went unanswered, Caitlin dismissed it as a side effect of Lauren's intense bar exam prep, Driven people tend to get so deeply immersed in their work that it can completely take over your life. However, Lauren's friends were growing increasingly concerned. Specifically, one of Lauren's best friends from childhood, Katie, hadn't heard from her in 4 days. She knew how dedicated Lauren was, but completely dropping off the earth was unlike her. Desperation crept in and she decided to contact Lauren's family. The last time that anyone had seen Lauren was Friday the 24th of June. Then she had joined some friends for drinks downtown. After the night out, Lauren had stayed at a friend's house. When she left the next morning, that was the last that any of her friends saw her. Meanwhile, Lauren's sister, Caitlin, was growing more concerned about her sister's silence. She reached out to Ashley Morehouse, a close friend and classmate from Mercer. Ashley went to Lauren's house to check on her, but after being met with a locked door, there was nothing she could do. Ashley called Lauren's sister back to let her know of the unanswered knocks, as well as the fact that Lauren's car was still parked outside. So yes, she could have simply just left on foot, but all these small parts were adding up to something that felt bigger and more sinister. It was on Wednesday the 29th of June that Lauren's other childhood friend, Laurie, would contact the Macon police to report her as missing. Macon's close-knit community was no stranger to an occasional missing person, but this one felt different. The police arrived at Lauren's apartment and their knocks too went unanswered. As they searched outside the property for any signs of immediate danger, it revealed no signs of a break-in or of foul play. To all appearances, yes, Lauren was gone, but she was not presumed to be in any immediate danger. So, with the police unable to help any further, Lauren's concerned friends tried calling her once again, but now the immediate voicemail message let them know that her phone was now switched off or had died. With an unfathomable panic and unsure of where to turn, Ashley knew of a spare key that Lauren had kept hidden outside her apartment, a key that was there specifically for emergencies, and this situation was becoming just that. While gathering a group of friends and calling Lauren's sister to gain approval to enter the apartment, they ventured into the place where Lauren had spent her eerie nights. As they arrived, Stephen McDaniel, Lauren's neighbour and friend, had noticed the group from his window. He quickly ventured over to them. He offered his help in their search for Lauren, concerned for her welfare as well. The friends found Stephen to be odd and a little discomforting, but they ignored these feelings and gratefully accepted his help. Some people are weird, and this situation wasn't exactly normal, so all of this was forgivable. Armed with the spare key, the group unlocked the door and cautiously walked inside. Meanwhile, miles away in Maryland, Lauren's family had sprung into action. Her sisters, frantic with worry, began an agonizing round of phone calls, dialing Lauren's boyfriend, checking with local hospitals, and just reaching out to anyone that may have seen her. Back inside Lauren's apartment, the friends carefully searched. They then came to an unsettling realization. Lauren's dead phone, her purse, keys and ID were all inside the apartment. These were essentials that Lauren would never have left behind. So all of those missed calls were not being ignored by Lauren. Her phone was actually not on her person. In addition, they looked through her phone after plugging it in, noticing that the last time she had sent any messages was Saturday, now 4 days earlier. True fear set in as they relayed this information to Lauren's family. Lauren's uncle, a seasoned police officer in Washington, D.C., didn't mince his words. He urged the group of friends to leave the apartment immediately and to call 911 once more. There was something deeply unsettling about a situation that now demanded immediate police attention. As police officers arrived, they began a thorough search of Lauren's apartment. They checked for wet towels, receipts with dates, anything that would offer them a clue to where Lauren might be and how recently she may have left. Yet, the apartment revealed nothing. No signs of a struggle, no obvious leads. Nothing that would point them to Lauren's whereabouts. By this point, it was now 3 in the morning. The officers decided it was best to call it a night and reconvene in the morning with a thought-out plan. And so, an official investigation began the next morning at 9 a.m. Dozens of police gathered at the apartment complex, interviewing other residents, searching every square inch of the area, and discerning what steps they could take to establish a lead. One officer at the scene was no stranger to life's unpleasant odours. The stench of a decomposing body was unlike any other. A distinct, putrid yet sweet smell. Other experienced officers knew this smell too. They intensified their search of the area, and then they made a chilling discovery. Tucked away in a garbage can that was supposed to have already been picked up by the truck, wrapped in a trash bag, lay a woman's torso, dressed in a pair of jogging shorts. The grim reality of the situation became clear. They couldn't yet be sure, but officers were almost certain they were dealing with the homicide of Lauren Giddings. Meanwhile, local news had arrived on the scene, drawn by the dramatic unfolding events. Cameras rolled, capturing the turmoil that was gripping the community, as well as the gruesome discovery that had just occurred. Newscasters were in the middle of interviewing Stephen McDaniel, the neighbour who had rushed to help search Lauren's apartment. Clearly concerned, Stephen described Lauren as personable, and he couldn't fathom any enemies that might want to harm her.
Yeah, Lauren was my neighbor. We're just trying to find out where she is at this point. I mean, no one has seen her since Saturday. I mean, the last time anyone heard from her was an email that she sent out, and no one's heard from her since.
Did you see her hang out with anyone at the time, anything like that?
I mean, no one has seen her since Saturday. I haven't seen anything. I mean, you always hear noise outside, but it's just people walking by pretty much.
And she just recently graduated from Mercer?
Yeah, she and I we were both JD students. We graduated back in May.
What kind of person was she? I mean, what did you see?
I mean, she's as nice as can be. I mean, very personable, very much a people person.
Do you know any enemies she might have had, somebody that might want to hurt her?
No, I mean, we don't know where she is. I mean, the only thing we can think is that maybe she went out running and someone snatched her. Because I mean, we went over. One of her friends had a key. We went inside and tried to see if there was anything amiss, but I mean, she had a door jamb that was sitting right by it, so there was no sign that anyone broke in. I mean, the door was locked when everyone got here. I mean, we just don't know where she is.
Her sudden disappearance had left everyone confused. This included him. As the news reporters received details of the body in the bin, they relayed the shocking news of the police's discovery to Stephen. Cameras still rolling. He blinked in disbelief. This is that interview and that shocking moment.
What about in the parking lot area? I know they've been doing a lot of, I think that's where they have recovered the body or whatever they recovered from there.
Body?
Had you seen anything there? Had you seen anything there? I mean, we don't know if this is the same person. You know what I mean? Like, they took out a body there earlier. We don't know if it's the same person or not. So that's how we're trying to ask people if they know who lived there. Are you okay, sir?
I think I need to sit down.
Okay.
Stephen became silent, almost catatonic, his thoughts perhaps racing to a disturbing place. He told the reporters that he needed to sit down as he processed what he had just been told. He quickly walked back towards a curb to find a seat. Then, returning to the camera, hyperventilating and in a state of panic, Stephen questioned the motives behind this heinous act as tears seemed to well in his eyes.
No one had seen her since Saturday because there's not a whole lot of interaction unless we're doing classes.
Right.
And she was doing the online version of it.
You all studied together though?
We were in, there's two different people, there's two companies that provide it. Kaplan provides it and Barbary provides it. I signed up with Barbary, and I've been doing the lectures that they have in the mornings. She was doing the Kaplan online, so I hardly ever saw her. I mean, I would see her like go out running, but I mean...
What time would she go out running?
I mean, I don't even know when.
Was it at night or morning?
I saw her like midday a couple weeks ago. I mean, that was the last time I saw her, was coming back from the bar prep on the main campus, because we got moved over there for a week or two.
But she normally would run. That was the routine
I mean, she ran all the time. I mean, she had a group that she would go running with. I mean, I don't know anyone that would want to hurt her. She was as nice a person as there is.
Was she moving soon? Did you know anything about her?
Yeah. She was going to be moving out today. She was supposed to move out today because someone else was going to be moving into her apartment in the new law school.
Do you know if she was like, where is she from? Is she from Maryland?
Yeah, she's from up in Maryland.
Can I just put this on you so we can hear you? Is that all right?
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Here, and you can just hold on to that. Thank you. Yeah, she's from Maryland.
Yeah, I mean, she was from up in Maryland. I mean, all her family was there, as far as I know. I mean,
What's going on in your mind right now? Like, what are you thinking?
Why would anyone do this?
She didn't hear anything?
No. I just heard something. Maybe I could have helped.
Okay, don't worry. Do you want to sit down for a second? Get something to drink? Do you know if a bunch of her friends are getting together or anything?
That's how I found out that she was missing. A bunch of her friends came over yesterday night around midnight, and they hadn't seen her since Saturday, so they were trying to find out where she was.
So they were knocking on neighbors' doors and stuff?
They went in, they had a key to her apartment, and they checked around, didn't see anything out of place. I mean, it was locked when everyone got there.
That was midnight?
Yeah, around midnight, and then we went over to law school, see if maybe she was over in the library studying or something. And we looked up in the study rooms on the third floor, and there was no one there. And we came back, we looked around, and just tried to find anything to figure out where she was.
She doesn't have any family in Georgia?
I don't know. I mean, as far as I know, all of her family is in Maryland.
Have you met her family before?
There was one time that I met them. They came down first year. She had a little dog, a little brown dog, that she would exercise out in front of the law school, and it got hit as she was coming across the road. I heard the car hit it and ran out, and she was there crying, and thankfully there was someone who came along who knew a vet or something, and they helped that, and her family came down I think a couple weeks after that or something. I met them just briefly.
Right.
But
her boyfriend or
we've been trying to figure out. She has a boyfriend up in Atlanta, but someone called him, and he hadn't heard from her. No one could figure out where she was.
Who was the last person to be with her? You said that somebody had seen her on Saturday?
Yeah, she went over to a couple friends' house, Garen Mueller and Joe Cairns. They live over on Walnut, and they said that she was over there in the morning, and then that was the last time that anyone we've been able to find out from had seen her.
She hadn't mentioned what she was going to do that day or anything?
Joe, he got onto her computer last night to see if she had said anything. She'd sent an email out to some people that afternoon talking about like going out to eat or something. And the last thing that there was an email that she sent out after 10 that night, where she sent to, I think it was someone in Atlanta, a friend of hers in Atlanta, and she said that she was afraid in her apartment that she thought that someone had tried to break in on Thursday night, and she was afraid to stay in there. But
where did you hear that from? From Joe?
He pulled it up and we read it off the screen.
She had said that to a friend in Atlanta?
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but...
And you hadn't heard anything on Thursday night?
No.
She never came to you to tell you anything?
No, if she had, I could have done something. I could have lent her a handgun. I've got a little handgun that I have for defense. And
she could have slept over or something?
Yeah, something. If she was afraid in her apartment, then, get her out of there.
Is that tried to break in on Thursday?
That's what she said in the email. She thought that someone had tried to break into her apartment. She said, Macon hoodlums tried to break into my apartment on Thursday night.
Is that her car parked there? The Chevy?
No.
Small car?
No, I think that's the detective's car, Detective
her
Patterson.
car's not even there?
No, it was here earlier, and they towed it. It'd been there for days, and then they towed it to, I guess, look through, see if there was... Yeah.
How did she find out that something was wrong with the police here? Was it like when you walked up a little while ago, or...?
No, the police were called last night, and they came and they looked around. They didn't see anything. They went in, we looked around the place. No sign of a struggle, no sign that anyone had broken in, just nothing. Just she was gone. All of her stuff was there. Her ID was there. Her wallet was there. A few of the other friends, Burpee and Garen and Ashley, they were here. They were here last night, and they'd come back this morning. I just went out and talked with them, and then they moved us all over to the side, and they bussed us all down to the department and kept us there until I got back just a little while ago.
They asked us questions.
Yeah, they took statements trying to find out if anyone had seen anything, if anyone had heard anything, when the last time anyone saw it was.
No, they haven't confirmed, at least not with us, that it was Lauren that they found. Are you holding out any hope right now?
I hope, but if they found it on the property somewhere.
Not with hope. You hadn't heard anything about a body until you were talking to us earlier?
No. As far as any of us knew, they were still trying to just find her. We got an email this morning from some people that live on the other side of Kroger, on the other side of the river, that they had seen her in the past running in that area. We thought maybe someone had snatched her over there, or maybe she got hurt or something.
His interview ended and Stephen left the spotlight. Tragic news has its way of travelling fast, and it travelled so quickly to the Giddings home in Maryland that the police didn't even have time to inform them of the discovery. All of the family members had gathered, sticking together through the painful waiting game, waiting for news of their missing daughter, sister and niece. Lauren's uncle then walked in the door, quietly taking his place in the corner, and then telling Lauren's parents and sisters to check the news. Confused and anxious, Lauren's family urged him to tell them what was happening. The uncle, his words simple but heavy, somberly said that police had found a body. Hysteria understandably overtook the room. Lauren's parents, siblings, loved ones felt their world crash around them. Questions poured out of their mouths, desperate to answer the who, what, where, when and why of the discovery. They knew, although still unconfirmed, that at that moment the search for Lauren was over. Their worst fears had come true. Their Lauren had fallen victim to a horrible tragedy. In the quest for closure, the police took a DNA sample from Lauren's mother, a grim task that would ultimately confirm what they were trying to accept. Now, without doubt, Lauren was the body in the bin. But who could have committed such a horrible act? Now that investigators knew they were dealing with a homicide, they needed to comb through every piece of evidence with a fine-tooth comb. The first thing they looked at was the news tape of Stephen McDaniel, suspicious of his demeanour. The news team themselves had a hunch and passed the footage on to the police. In the interview, Stephen had expressed that he wished he had lent Lauren one of his firearms, so she could protect herself. A statement that raised a red flag for investigators. Due to their suspicions, detectives decided to find out who Stephen McDaniel truly was. They discovered a man who was described as quirky but intelligent, a man who had an obsession with zombies. As investigators looked further, they discovered that he had another obsession. He frequently asked friends how they would commit the perfect homicide. More of Stephen's interactions with others over the past year came to light, and this revealed even more to detectives. Lauren's friends described feeling uneasy in his presence, reporting that Lauren had indeed felt the same. They recalled an encounter between Stephen and Lauren that had happened recently. In fact, one that had happened just 5 days prior. Stephen had asked Lauren on a date within just 6 months of knowing each other. This was only the second time that they had spoken. Lauren obviously declined. She was already happy with David, but she said she wanted to remain friends. She wanted to be as courteous as possible, but her friends couldn't ignore the unease that they felt around him. Lauren had even emailed David about it the night before she went missing, describing it as an awkward conversation. It was clear to everyone that Stephen had made Lauren uneasy, and as the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, it became clear that investigators had a viable person of interest. 2 hours after viewing the news tape, police made the decision to bring in Stephen McDaniel for questioning. As they entered the interview room, they took notice of the fact that Stephen was fidgety and apprehensive.
You alright? Sorry it's taking so long.
No, it's fine.
I'm Detective Patterson. I took your statement a while ago in the Secretary's office. And I just want to clarify some things about your statement. I asked you to come down here today because you're Lauren's next door neighbor, right?
Yeah.
And you told me in your statement that you've been home all week, right? All weekend?
Mm-hmm.
And you ain't been out of town or anything? Has anybody come and visit you while you were at home?
No.
You didn't have no friends over?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody see you this weekend that you've been home?
I don't know of anyone that would have seen me.
You hadn't taken any trash out this weekend or anything?
Mm-hmm.
Where you been eating at?
I eat mainly in.
Did you go to Kroger, the grocery store, or anything this weekend? Because you said that you normally shop at Kroger in Bakersfield.
Yeah, I stockpile is a habit of mine, so I have a bunch of food that I just eat off of.
So what you're telling me today is you just stayed in your apartment all weekend?
With bar prep, we just work on it. And
what's bar prep?
The bar in July to the Georgia bar attorneys. I'm in the Barbary.
Is that something you do over the computer, or do you have to physically go to a class?
Well, we have lectures typically in the morning. We have been having them over at the law school initially, but then the NCDC, the National Criminal Defense College, they came in and they took over the entire law school for a couple of weeks, and we got moved over to the main campus.
So you've actually went to a class last week?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you actually left your house last week, but this past weekend, which would have been the 25th of June, was Saturday, 26th is Sunday. You just stayed in basically the whole day?
Yeah, we didn't have class on the Friday. We had no class on that. And Saturday, Sunday, I just stayed in.
Okay. And you never looked out and saw your next door neighbor, Lauren, leaving to go jog, or you never heard her front door shut or anybody out there talking until you looked out and saw her friends out there, which would have been last night?
Yeah, I heard Garen and Ashley outside and opened the door to see what was going on. They were about to go over to law school, I guess. I called over and found out that Lauren had been missing.
Okay. And I had asked you in your statement because
Despite this demeanour, Stephen explained that he wanted to help the investigation in any way that he could. As the questions dug deep into Stephen's life, they asked about Stephen's love life, to which Stephen replied that he was a virgin and he was saving himself for marriage.
I've asked everyone that lives in that apartment complex if it would be all right for us to search their apartment, give me consent to search. And I explained to you that you could be there when I'm doing this, that I'm not going to just, if you give me permission, run over there and search your apartment without you being there, correct? I mean, you understood that, right?
Yeah.
I'm asking that I would be there and that no one's going to search your apartment without you being present, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in your statement, you stated that you didn't want me to do that, or I'm trying to find out where you...
Yeah, I've got several firearms that I own, and I don't want other people...
Well, how many firearms do you have?
I've got a semi-automatic rifle, and then I've got 2 handguns as well.
Well, you understand that we're trying to locate Lauren. She's missing. And you stated that you're willing to do anything to help me.
If I can help, I will, but...
By helping me, I've asked everyone there, and everyone in the apartment complex has agreed, except you.
It's the lawyer in me, I suppose. I mean, what can I say? I just
needed to know the reasoning behind you not doing it. You just are worried that I'm going to mess with your firearms with you standing there?
Nah,
Their inquiries took a heavier turn when I asked Stephen about the scratch marks that they noticed on his face.
I'm always just protective of my space.
Did you hurt your nose or something?
Where?
The red mark on your nose right there. How'd you get that red mark on your nose?
Is it a mirror?
Yeah, I'll show you. How'd you get this mark down here on the chin?
Place I've been picking at. Problem is this hair right here, right in there. I don't know what it is. It gets infected or ingrown, and whenever I scratch at it, it starts to get irritated.
He replied that he had done them to himself whilst he was sleeping. At this juncture, investigators weren't buying Stephen's story. They asked Stephen if they could search his apartment, and he immediately became hesitant. However, upon explaining that they had done numerous apartment searches at the complex, he agreed to let them into his apartment.
So you don't want me looking in your apartment at all?
If you want to look there and see if Lauren is there, I'll walk you through it.
You don't have no problem with that?
No.
Okay, as long as you're present.
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of car do you own?
It's a 97 Geo Prism.
Is it out there in the parking lot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But I could take you over there and we can walk through together?
Sure.
That's fine. Okay. I appreciate it. And you stated that the last time you seen Lauren was?
Either last week or the week before.
But it's been a few days.
Yeah, like I said, I think it was either the 17th or the 20th. Those were the 2 days we got put over in Willett.
Do you remember anybody saying anything about somebody trying to break into Lauren's apartment on Thursday?
Yeah, we'd gone into her apartment and let's see, I think it was Joe Cairns. He got on her computer and checked her email to see when she'd sent stuff out last, and there was a message that she sent at 10:13, and she said that she thought someone had tried to break into her apartment on Thursday night.
Well, me and you're going to ride on over there, and I'm just gonna walk on in with you and just look around, make sure she ain't in there, and that'll be it.
Certainly.
You have to use the restroom or anything? Alright. Hang on one second, let me see if I can get somebody to ride with me. You're good to go then? I'll leave the store, I'll be right back. I'm fixing to take him home. Hang on one second, I'm going to take you home with me, right? Hang on 1 second. Alright. We're fixing to go. Hey, before we go, stand on up. I'm going to take you home. You don't have no other marks on you, do you?
Don't think so.
You don't mind lifting up your shirt for me? I mean, if you don't mind. You mind lifting up again? What's that right there? Huh?
I scratched myself in my sleep, I think.
You scratched yourself in your sleep?
I mean, I had a spider on my
What was on your back? Did something bite you on your back?
Where?
Lift it up for me. Turn around this way again. Where did you get bit?
I didn't bite me, but I had a spider on my neck that I swatted. And I gotten on me there, I don't know.
That's a big old...
Yeah,
that's a big old scratch or something, ain't it? You don't remember when that happened? Alright, come on. Let's roll to the house.
Once police got inside, detectives conducted a careful walkthrough. Their eyes scanned for any clues that might lead them into a connection with Lauren. They took note of several items that raised eyebrows: a large knife, a samurai sword, a rifle, and 2 other firearms. He had also stocked up on toilet paper and other provisions. Police deduced that he may have been preparing for some kind of apocalypse, maybe a zombie apocalypse. Among the items, they found 2 other things of note: prophylactics and women's underwear. Kind of odd, as Stephen was saving himself for marriage. But the police didn't stop there. They wanted to be as thorough as possible. This is why they also had cadaver dogs ready to search. The dogs alerted to several interesting locations. This included outside Lauren's apartment, inside her bathroom, outside Stephen's apartment and his bedroom, the vacant apartment below Lauren's, and the laundry room that was shared by the building. When they asked Stephen why he had the prophylactics if he was a virgin, he promptly admitted that he had stolen them from other apartments in the complex. Police couldn't ask for a better way to probe Stephen further about his association with Lauren. He had just admitted to a crime, breaking into other people's apartments. Therefore, Stephen could now be arrested. In the interview room, Stephen's demeanour had shifted drastically, a sharp change from the first time he had been there. He now resembled a lost little boy, lacking any sense of articulation or cooperation that had been there before.
No names come to mind. You can't help me out a little bit? You can't help me out?
I don't know.
You don't know anybody? At all? That lives in that complex? You know, earlier you told me about a guy that lived in apartment 15. I mean, is he a decent guy?
I think so.
Don't y'all have a laundry room there or something?
Yes.
That everybody has access to the laundry room?
Yes.
Has anybody been working on the apartments below you in the last couple of weeks that you've noticed?
I haven't seen anyone.
But you don't know if they've been doing work on that apartment, number 1?
No.
I mean, earlier today, me and you sit here and talk normal. What's going on with you now? Why are you acting like this? I need to know. Why all of a sudden you're acting like this?
I don't understand.
Okay. Earlier today we sat here and talked. But now you're acting like you don't know what's going on. I mean, did something happen or something to you? I mean, why are you shutting down? Why are you not talking to me?
I don't know.
You don't know? Are you scared?
No.
I mean, you're not scared, are you?
No.
Are you sad that something happened to Lauren? If that's her in that trash can?
Yes.
With his eyes fixed on a distant point in space, Stephen sat motionless, his eyes vacant. His responses had now turned into murmurs, seeming to mimic a trance-like state. The detective conducting the interview grew increasingly frustrated. Stephen's repeated "I don't knows" becoming more and more infuriating.
Right? You buy all these weapons. Was you ever in the military?
No.
What do you need all these weapons for? Are you scared somebody's gonna hurt you?
No.
What do you need all these weapons for?
To have.
Why? There's a reason why. Were you molested as a child?
No.
Then why do you need all these weapons?
To have.
Why? Give me one good reason. Just give me one reason.
To have.
Why? Does it make you feel important?
No.
Are you a big guy because you got a weapon?
No.
Do you even know how to use it?
Yes.
I need you to tell me what you want me to tell her mother. And then I won't ask you another thing. I'm not going to tell her mother that you don't know, because her mother saw you on the news tonight. And she cried all the way down to Macon. Because you had the balls to get on the news and tell everybody everything. You didn't have no problem talking to the news when they asked you questions. I'm asking you questions. Where's Lauren?
I don't know.
Yes, you do know. You do know. You do know. You know. You know. You do know. And everybody in Macon knows you knows because you got your sorry ass on the news and told everybody. So every friend you have in Macon knows that you know. Everybody you go to school with, every one of your professors, everybody knows that you know. Because you got on the news tonight and told everybody that you know. Now how do you think? You think you're going to be able to walk down the street tomorrow and nobody bother you? Think nobody's going to come over and knock on your door to see if you want to talk to the media again?
I don't know.
Oh, they're going to be over there, brother. So this little act that you're doing right now ain't working with me. Okay? Because you didn't have no problem talking to the media. No problem. So you need to snap out of it and tell me what the hell happened so we can move on.
I don't know.
Well, how many times you gonna say I don't know? How many times you gonna say it? When are you gonna say I remember? I don't want to remember what happened to her. How many times you gonna say that? If you did something that you regret, you need to let me know.
I didn't.
Well, who did?
I don't know.
Well, a body was found over here, right next to where you live. And what do you have in your apartments? A lot of knives. A lot of guns. Right?
Yes.
And I'm asking you about it, and you're just saying, I don't know. That's all. That's the only answer you can give is I don't know. But 6 hours or a couple hours ago, you was out there telling the media everything. You didn't stand in front of that camera and say, I don't know. You were actually answering questions. Right? How many interviews did you give? 3?
I don't know.
You gave like 3. Do you think that was a proper thing to do when a mother's looking for her child?
They asked me what happened.
And what did you tell them? What did you tell them?
That Lauren was missing.
Okay. What else did you tell them?
That we had gone looking for her.
Okay. And what?
And that we hadn't found her.
And what else did they ask you?
I don't remember.
Why don't you remember?
I don't.
You're telling me that you went through law school. Well, you went through college first, right? Did you graduate from college?
Yes.
And now you're in law school. Did you graduate from law school?
Yes.
But you don't fucking remember what they asked you this afternoon?
No.
Huh? I just don't fucking believe that shit. Folks ain't back yet.
What's up, buddy? Did you talk to him about his guns?
Yeah.
When was the last time you shot those guns?
I haven't.
You've never shot a gun?
No.
Have you ever shot any gun in your whole life?
No.
Never.
No.
So you bought 3 guns that you've never shot?
Yes.
Why?
To have.
For what?
To have.
For what? I'm asking for what? Why do you want to have them? What makes, did they give you, I mean, tell me why it's important to you to have 3 guns. That's an easy question. Come on, talk to me, buddy. Me and you talked all day today. We ain't had a problem communicating. Why is it important for you to have 3 guns? Do you not know?
No.
Okay. You got a girlfriend?
No.
When was the last time you saw Lauren?
2 or 3 weeks ago.
And have you been on vacation for the last couple of weeks?
No.
You been home every night?
Yes.
Has she been at home every night?
I don't know.
Has she been on vacation?
I think she was away for a while.
How long?
I don't know.
Were you looking for her?
No.
Let me tell you, even if I didn't talk to my neighbors, I know if my neighbors have been in and out. I hear them come in, I hear them go out. I see them when they walk by my window. I've lived in apartments most of my life. So the fact that you haven't seen her in 2 or 3 weeks, that's just odd to me. I'm gonna be honest, it makes me feel like you're not being honest with me, Stephen. Why would you not be honest with me?
I am being honest.
Stephen, it just doesn't feel like it, buddy. You know, I get the sense that there's something weighing heavy on your heart right now. And it's breaking you down. And you feel bad about it. I can tell you haven't slept much, have you, in the last few days, have you?
No.
Like something's weighing on your mind, ain't it?
We were looking for Lauren.
You started looking for Lauren yesterday.
Yes.
But you haven't slept in several days, have you?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
Earlier when I talked to you, you said you hadn't slept in days. That this morning was the first time you was able to get any sleep, was this morning for a little bit.
No.
Yes, that's what you said. That's what you told me. So I asked you, well, if you haven't been able to sleep in several days, what have you been doing? Studying? And you said, yeah, studying. You don't remember that?
No.
pretty little girl right here, your neighbor, she's missing.
I know.
You went looking for her last night.
Yes.
Did you hurt Lauren?
No.
Stephen, did you hurt Lauren?
No.
I know this is hard for you to tell it, but it's weighing on you right now, ain't it, Stephen?
I didn't do it.
But I know you can probably help me with who did. Can't you, buddy?
I don't know.
Stephen, you know, and me and you both know it's no different than when you was a little kid, right? And you reached in that cookie jar and you got caught after your mama told you not to get that cookie. And when she was, did you get a cookie? No. And whenever you tell a lie, you feel bad about it right then. One, with every lie, there's a chance you're going to get caught. And that weighs on you. Because you know you did something bad. Am I right?
I didn't do it.
You didn't take the cookie?
No.
Why is there blood in your bathroom?
I don't know.
Yes, you do know. Why, Stephen?
I don't know.
Has anybody else been in your bathroom?
The police were in there.
Other than the police? Who else has been in there?
No one that I know.
No one. And you recently cleaned your bathroom, didn't you?
No.
How long ago?
I don't remember.
A couple days ago?
No.
Over the weekend?
No.
No, you don't know.
I don't remember cleaning it.
You heard her, man. She was screaming. Screaming, Stephen. Why? And I know you feel bad about it. I can see it in your face. What came over you, man? What happened, Stephen?
I don't know.
I know you don't know. You couldn't control it, could you?
I didn't do it.
Stephen! How long are we going to continue to do this? You did. Why is what I want to know.
I didn't do it.
Detectives got nowhere with the second interview, spending 2 hours trying to break Stephen's zombie-like character. This is that entire 2-hour interview condensed into 15 seconds. Look just how still Stephen remained. The following day, July the 1st, Stephen appeared in court for his burglary charge. His request for bail was denied. Police now knew that Stephen couldn't run or hide while they continued to gather evidence against him. On that same day, police obtained a search warrant to fully search through Stephen's apartment. This time, they would uncover much, much more. Their suspicions about Stephen slowly became confirmed. Police had found substantially more items that they could link back to Lauren. Rope, 4 baseball bats, a bayonet, a chainmail vest, a camera, a laptop, a cell phone, an external card drive, and a memory card reader. Upon finding these items, investigators wondered what secrets they may carry. As the search went on, they recovered a green scrubbing sponge, 2 keys and a journal, adding to the inventory of evidence to comb through. The police then extended their search to Stephen's car, discovering dark stains on the back seat. Detectives promptly collected fabric samples. They now knew they were getting closer to the truth. Because of these findings, investigators also obtained a warrant for Stephen himself. They collected samples of his hair, cheek swabs and fingernail scrapings, scrutinizing every inch of his body. As days passed, Stephen remained imprisoned for his burglary charge. Police took their time continuing to gather the evidence. Between July the 12th and July the 21st, police executed several more searches of Stephen's apartment. They uncovered compact discs, memory sticks, and memory cards. During this time, they also found that the women's underwear they discovered the weeks before tested positive for Lauren's DNA. The memory sticks seized during the search were subjected to scrutiny by a forensic computer specialist. There, they found 52 indecent images of minors. The camera they recovered, as well as the memory cards, showed many videos that Stephen had taken from outside of Lauren's apartment. Stephen bizarrely taped the camera to a pole and pointed it through her window. Some of the keys that they recovered were found to be a master key to the apartment complex. This gave Stephen unlimited access to Lauren's apartment. Finally, an explanation. A reason why Lauren always felt that someone had broken in, that someone was always watching her. Inside Stephen's laptop, detectives found a disturbing digital trail, a series of internet searches that was chilling to those that viewed them. Among the searches were ones that specifically focused on Lauren. Stephen had stalked every social media account that Lauren had. He even made internet searches for an unclothed Lauren Giddings. But it wasn't just his obvious obsession with Lauren that disturbed detectives. They also found an array of disturbing internet searches, ones that included such perversion and horror that it would make anyone shudder. Beyond these perverse internet searches, Stephen had also visited several adult websites. Whilst there, he searched for keywords such as cannibalism and dismemberment. Perhaps the most damning evidence of all was Stephen's internet search on the day of Lauren's discovery. It read, "How to permanently erase search history." On August 2nd, 2011, Stephen McDaniels was charged with ending the life of Lauren Giddings. The warrant for his arrest cited even more pieces of evidence that they had gathered. In the laundry room where the cadaver dogs had signalled in their initial search, investigators discovered a hacksaw with Lauren's DNA on it. They matched it to some packaging that was discovered inside Stephen's apartment. In addition, police had also gotten a call from Stephen's former roommate telling them that during their time living together, Stephen had told him that he knew how to commit the perfect homicide without getting caught. I wonder why he was his former roommate. Stephen appeared in court the following day. There he pleaded not guilty to all of his crimes. On August the 23rd, Stephen visited the courtroom once again to receive 7 counts of child exploitation. These related to the disturbing images that had been discovered on his hardware. He once again pleaded not guilty to these charges, and his bond was set at $850,000. Sitting in a jail cell for almost 2 years waiting for the trial to begin, Lauren's family decided to take the death penalty off of the table. They believed that Stephen deserved to be tried for his crimes. If they removed this penalty, the legal process would be expedited and they would finally get justice for the passing of their beloved Lauren. 2 months later, Stephen McDaniels made a move that shocked everyone. Stephen's trial was set to begin in just 1 week. But this trial would never come. On April the 21st, 2014, Stephen McDaniel entered the courtroom and pled guilty to his crimes. Investigators thought that this was the day when Stephen finally knew he had lost, knowing he would no longer be able to trick anyone into believing that he was innocent. In taking this plea deal, Stephen was required to give full confession of his crimes. This included every detail of what had occurred on the day that Lauren lost her life. In return, the prosecution would drop the child exploitation charges against him. So, after 3 agonizing years of waiting, Lauren's family would be saved from the pain of a trial. They would now finally get justice for their loss. Now at 28 years old, Stephen McDaniel received his sentence, life in prison with the possibility of parole in 2041. It's worth noting that despite this parole option, attorneys are confident that Stephen will never see the outside world again. In a chilling narrative, Stephen gave an account of what had occurred on June 26, 2011. He claimed that he had donned a mask and gloves at around 4:30 a.m. Then, with the master key, he entered Lauren's apartment. He insisted that he did not plan on doing anything inappropriate with her. He stood in Lauren's bedroom and watched her sleep, until, that is, a creak in the floorboards caused her to wake up. Lauren saw Stephen wearing a mask in her room. She screamed at him to leave. But instead of leaving, Stephen leapt onto the bed, clasping his hands around her neck. A struggle ensued as Lauren scratched at Stephen's face, clawing off his mask and revealing his identity. Lauren pled with Stephen for her life, but she took her final breath in the darkness of her own bedroom, the room that for so long had held an eerie feeling for her, only for the horror to finally come true. Stephen then placed Lauren in the bathtub of her apartment and he returned home. Lauren remained there until the following day. Then Stephen returned with his hacksaw. He then concealed her remains in various trash bags. He discarded these bags in different trash cans around the Mercer University campus and at the apartment complex, firmly believing that they would never be discovered. The trash was due to be collected. On August 6, 2011, a funeral for Lauren took place at St. Mary's Mill Church in Maryland. There, family and friends and hundreds of others bid farewell to their bright light that was Lauren. Lauren's parents chose to remember her for the vibrant and ambitious soul that she was, saying that she lived more life in 27 years than most do in 100. In her memory, the family established the Lauren Teresa Giddings Scholarship. This extended a helping hand to gifted students who faced financial challenges. The scholarship specifically seeks out students who were like Lauren, that being the first in their family to attend college. Every year since Lauren's passing, Agnes Scott College holds a Lawrence Gidding Memorial Walk, as well as a softball tournament, the proceeds of which contribute to the scholarship in her name. In 2017, the college generated $25,000 for Lauren's scholarship, serving as a tribute to Lauren's unbreakable spirit and her ambition towards pursuing her dreams. Jolie Nicole Callan was born on December 29, 1996, to father Michael and mother Regina. As a teenager, Jolie led a classic all-American life and was popular among her peers. She was vivacious and colourful. Jolie enjoyed horse riding as a young girl and partook in musical theatre during her high school years. She was well known for her petite frame and stood at a height of just 4 feet and 10 inches tall. Her trademark look was her dyed pink and purple hair, her signature appearance. 18-year-old Jolie was eager to experience college life. For many people, attending college is a huge turning point in their life. It signifies fresh starts, a chance to mature, and allows you to become more independent. But not everyone shared in Jolie's happiness and excitement, especially her ex-boyfriend, Lauren Bunner. Jolie and Lauren were only together for a year, but in a turbulent relationship, a year can seem like forever. Lauren was highly possessive and jealous. These feelings only grew with time. Jolie was a popular girl with many friends, but she was only permitted to hang out with Lauren and his pals. She wasn't allowed to spend time with anyone else but Lauren. Jolie would be forced to watch Lauren and his buddies playing video games whilst not being included or involved. Not exactly a recipe for young romance. To Lauren, it never mattered what Jolie wanted. He was interested only in his own needs. Lauren used emotional blackmail to persuade Jolie to stay in a relationship each time she tried to leave. But as she turned 18, she needed a change. It was all getting too much. She informed Lauren that their relationship was now permanently over and that she would be leaving for college. Lauren, however, persisted in calling and texting Jolie, pleading with her to take him back. However, she bravely remained adamant that they would not be getting back together. Lauren was not taking no for an answer. He was continuously calling and texting her. He would claim that he was changing and that she had to accept him back. But Jolie was not going back to that place. She was done with Lauren, and a few months later she had a new boyfriend. Bunner said, "If I can't have her, then no one can." Lauren seemingly convinced himself and Jolie that they could be mature in their relationship and could stay good friends. He contacted her one day and encouraged her to go on a hike that would signify their new beginning as just friends, as well as a time to lay their old relationship to rest. Jolie, perhaps slowly broken down by Lauren's relentless behaviour, accepted the invitation. The night before the hike, she texted her friends, stating, "If something happens to me, you will know who I was with." Jolie and Lauren took his dog Kiba to the Penote Trail in Chia State Park in Alabama on August the 30th, 2015. Lauren documented the day with photos, regularly posting them to his Instagram. Perhaps he had changed. Perhaps he was now just cherishing time with a good friend. He shared 4 photos of Jolie and their hike together. The first 3 photos were of his ex with his dog. The 4th and final photo was of Jolie on a cliff with her back to the camera. In an unimaginable twist, Lauren would then blast Jolie in the back of the head with a .22 caliber air rifle. He then flipped her over and pulled the trigger once more, before finally pushing her over a 40-foot cliff. That evening, Lauren dialed 911 and stated, "I want to turn myself in for the murder of my ex-girlfriend, Jolie Callan, that happened just a little while ago on Chia Mountain." By the time police arrived, Jolie had passed. She was discovered at the bottom of the cliff. Lauren pled not guilty despite admitting to the police that he had attacked Jolie. He stated that he blasted Jolie as part of a pact and that he simply did not have the courage to do the same to himself afterwards. When police asked him why he took the second shot, he had no answer. However, this story didn't seem to add up. Jolie's friends and family indicated that she was in good mental health. She was known to be looking forward to the next chapter in her life, which included going to college as well as her new relationship. She had so much to look forward to that there was no reason that she would agree to such a pact. Lauren simply never got over Jolie ending their relationship. He devised an evil scheme. He appeared as if he was tolerant of the breakup and wanted to start a friendship. Doing so, he lured her to an isolated area in the woods. Remember his words, "If I can't have her, then no one can." Lauren Bunner's attorney stated in court that Lauren was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, a condition characterized by experiencing difficulty in social situations, as well as recognizing non-verbal communication. Asperger's is categorized under the autistic spectrum. His lawyers claimed that he had Asperger's because Alabama law allows anyone under the age of 21 who is accused of committing a crime of any gravity to apply for youthful offender status. The diagnosis may well have helped them be successful. With this youthful offender status, you would only serve 3 years in prison regardless of the crime. Lauren's defense contended that because he had a mental illness and a mild degree of Asperger's syndrome, he should be granted youthful offender status, and the court amazingly agreed. He would only face 3 years in prison for what he did to Jolie. Jolie's family was devastated and outraged after learning the news of this sentence. The case, however, was taken up by the media and became national news.
Half a year ago, Jolie Callan's father had given up hope for justice in his 18-year-old daughter's death.
Because it was so wrong from the get-go. You know, we had a cold-blooded murder.
His daughter's ex-boyfriend, Lauren Bunner, is accused of killing her. He allegedly shot shot her twice to the head and then threw her off a 40-foot cliff on the Benhody Trail in Clay County. That was in August last year. This summer, a judge granted Bunner youthful offender status. That meant no record, all his rights would be given back at 21, and he faced a maximum sentence of 3 years. To Callan's father, that's not justice.
And he probably wouldn't even get 3 years for premeditated, cold-blooded murder. You think that's right?
He says he fought several times to overturn the judge's decision, to no avail. But just last month, court records show the judge did change his mind, revoking Bunner's youthful offender status.
It was one of the happiest days of my life. Other than my 2 kids being born, it was probably the happiest day of my life. I mean, we've been fighting this since May.
Callan says they'll be back in court next month.
At the end of all of this, what I think he needs to be electric. But I guess, if I had to settle for life in prison, that'll have to work.
In Birmingham, Marlene Martinez, WVTM 13 News.
Jolie's father contacted the ABC News affiliate to petition Lauren's status. Everything changed as a result of this added pressure, as well as the media response. Lauren's status as a youthful offender had been revoked by December of that same year. The trial began in July 2017, with Lauren Bunner finally pleading guilty to the slaying of 18-year-old Jolie Callan, 2 years after her passing. Lauren's attorney begged for compassion in court, still alleging that he was suffering from mental illness. However, the judge was not convinced, and Lauren Bunner was tried and convicted as an adult. He received a sentence of 52 years in jail. However, he will be eligible for parole after 15 years in 2032. He was also ordered to pay the Alabama Crime Victims Commission $11,356 in restitution. Although Lauren Bunner may be released from jail due to parole in the near future, Jolie's father, Michael Callan, believes that his daughter received justice.
It's the right thing to do. Come on, you don't get youthful offender, maybe 3 years for cold-blooded killing somebody. You don't get that.
Jolie's father, Michael Callan, was among the family and friends who came to the Clay County Courthouse wearing purple and purple ribbons in honor of his daughter.
Purple was Jolie's favorite color, and the purple ribbon is for domestic violence. She died as a result of domestic violence.
During the sentencing hearing, those in the courtroom heard the 911 call in which Bunner calmly admitted what he had done. What he didn't admit was being sorry for what he did.
He's not said anything for the past year and 10 months.
As for Jolie Callan's family, they say they plan to celebrate with a vacation.
Jolie's a sweet girl. She was sweet, good girl, and I think she's smiling today, okay?
Touchingly, Jolie's family wore her favourite colour, purple, to honour her colourful personality and appearance. Kaylee Ann Sawyer, sometimes affectionately known as KK, was born on March 2nd, 1993 to parents Julie and Jamie. She was born at the St. Charles Hospital in Bend, Oregon, USA. Bend is a small city and has a population of around 100,000 people. It's known for nature trails and good beer. It's rated as one of the safest places to live in Oregon. Kaylee's parents later split, opening the family up to become a large blended unit. She had 4 little brothers ranging in age from 3 to 16. She was lucky enough to have 6 grandparents that all loved her, along with a number of aunties and uncles. Kaylee was an enrolled member of the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe, South Dakota. She was the great-great-great-granddaughter of Chief Joseph Forebear. She attended Mountain View High School, where she was known as a sweet, kind girl, a good person. After high school, Kaylee got a job working at Ibex Global, a call center in Bend. Here she picked up more good friends and a reputation as a friendly and helpful person. However, Kaylee's dream job was to work in the dental industry. This is something that she finally achieved, getting a job as a dental assistant at Aubrey Dental. Kaylee also enjoyed photography. She attended a summer photography workshop and would bring photos in that she had taken during the week. Always keen to learn what she could do better to grow as a photographer, she went on to occasionally work as a model if anyone at the photography workshop needed her to do so. Other hobbies included drawing, poetry and snowboarding. In 2014, Kaylee met someone that would be described as the love of her life, Cameron or Cam Reemhofer. The relationship between the two was serious and positive. Kaylee would regularly speak with and spend time with Cam's parents. Everything was set up for Kaylee to live a good life. Welcome back to Dark Case Documentaries. I bring you true crime, disturbing stories and other things that you may later regret knowing, with regular uploads every week. Please do join the quickly growing Dark Case family by hitting subscribe now and turning on notifications. Thank you so much for choosing to be here with me. By Saturday, July the 23rd, 2016, Kaylee was now 23 years old. She was a Central Oregon Community College student and now lived with boyfriend Cam in an apartment complex on campus. Kaylee's friend was due to get married and that night was the night of her bachelorette party. An event that Kaylee was looking forward to for quite some time was now here. The gathering took place in downtown Bend and ran into the night. After some drinks and good times, Kaylee was ready to go home. Just after midnight, she called boyfriend Cam and asked him to come and pick her up. She waited for him with a few friends from the bachelorette party at a restaurant downtown after he told her he would be there soon. Cameron showed up soon after the call and they made their way back to their on-campus home. The couple argued on the drive back, and when they reached their apartment building, Kaylee decided to wait in the car while Cam walked inside. He waited inside the flat for 15 minutes, giving Kaylee a chance to cool down and things to blow over. However, Kaylee didn't turn up. Cam decided to go down to the car to bring her back to the apartment and forget about the whole thing. But to his surprise, when he arrived back at the car, Kaylee was no longer sitting in the passenger seat. Kaylee had walked off into the night. But this wasn't too concerning for Cam, as Kaylee would often walk out during an argument in order to cool off and reset. But when he tried texting her after a few minutes, Kaylee was still obviously cross with him. She replied via text message one last time to tell Cam that her phone was dying, ending the message simply with goodbye. Then her phone was either switched off or ran out of battery. Cam now had no idea where Kaylee was. There was a chance that she had gone to a friend's house to sleep and everything would just be okay in the morning. The next day, Kaylee had a shift scheduled at her dental assistant job at the Aubrey Dental Group. However, she failed to turn up for work. This was highly unusual behaviour for the normally reliable Kaylee. It was unusual enough, combined with the previous night's argument, to cause concern for Cam and Kaylee's mother, Julie. Cam now reported his girlfriend missing to the police.
Hi. I'm not sure if this is quite the right number to call. Last night I got home from the bars with my girlfriend, and she got upset at me and ran off. And I chased her and wasn't able to find her, and I still haven't heard from her. Her phone's off. I called all her family, and they haven't heard from her, so I'm wondering what you recommend I do.
We can put in a call, and we can have officers or deputies look for her.
Okay.
And where was she last seen at?
Alpine Meadows apartment complex. It's like at the top of College Way.
In that apartment complex?
Yes.
In a specific apartment, or
in the parking lot?
Just in the parking lot? You guys
Yeah,
don't live there, or?
Yes, we live there together. Yeah, she was mad at me, so I walked inside and told her to come meet me in there when she's like, calm down. And then I went back out in 10 minutes and she was gone. And I called her a few times and she said she was walking down the street. And then I guess she said her phone was about to die. And then I couldn't get a hold of her after that. I haven't heard from her since.
Any idea where she would go, or?
I don't know. I figured she'd go where her car was to her best friend's or her mom's, and I've been over to both. Talked to her dad, and I just haven't heard anything from anybody knowing this.
Kaylee's mother also made a somewhat desperate call concerned for her well-being. Kaylee had in the past suffered from epilepsy and fitting. This was Julie's call to the police.
Dispatch, how can I help you?
Yes, I need to have an officer call me. My daughter is missing, and she is over 23, but she has epilepsy and some medical issues.
What's the address that she's missing from?
It's her boyfriend's she and her boyfriend, they live up at the Regency by COCC. I don't have the exact address. But her boyfriend did call, and the police officer said, well, just keep looking for her. And
What's the phone number he would have called from? Do you know?
Oh, gosh. Do you know Cam's phone number? If we just need it for the... Yeah.
All right. And what is your name?
My name is Julie, Juli. Last name Van Cleve, VANCLEAVE.
And your phone number? Okay. I'm going to have the officer who spoke with her boyfriend earlier give you a call, okay?
That would be awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Cameron was understandably interviewed by the police. Often in this type of case, the partner of the missing person is put under greater scrutiny, and often for good reasons. However, Cam's story added up, and he was quickly ruled out as a suspect. The friends from the bachelorette party, as well as a man that she was seen dancing with at the bar, were also interviewed. All of them were ruled out as suspects at that time. Word of Kaylee's vanishing quickly spread with the help of social media, and hundreds of volunteers, along with police, began searching the local area. Missing posters and leaflets were circulated in the hope that Kaylee would be brought back home. Sadly, things would soon take a dramatic and unexpected turn.
Good evening, I'm Alex Biston. An unusual missing person case has hundreds of Central Oregonians concerned and on the lookout. Bend police are working to find Kaylee Sawyer, and tonight Jennifer Wade spoke with Sawyer's parents. Jen, how long has their daughter been missing?
Alex Sawyer was last seen early Sunday morning near her West Bend apartment parking lot, walking toward nearby Central Oregon Community College. Her mother says her daughter is very close to her family, and it's very unusual for them not to hear from her for 2 days. They say they are worried sick and just want to get their Kaylee back.
She has four younger brothers who desperately want their big sister home.
Missing 23-year-old Kaylee Sawyer has much of Central Oregon on the lookout. Thousands of concerned residents spent the day putting up flyers and sharing their concern on Facebook.
And we just contacted everybody and said, please get her face out there.
The incoming COCC student and Bend native was last seen at 1 a.m. Sunday.
Isabel Ponce Lara was a new police officer in Bend. Just after midday on July the 25th, she walked into the Redmond Police Department, but it wasn't to clock in for work. She had some shocking information pertaining to her husband, Edwin Lara, that would turn the search for Kaylee on its head. Here is that real interview. To skip the interview, use the timestamp or chapter below.
So could you tell me, and I know that you already went over this, but can you tell me kind of how this whole thing transpired? I guess I would start with Saturday. Were you working?
So Saturday, I didn't work Saturday, so Saturday was normal day he went to work.
He did go to work?
In the afternoon.
So what time does he start normally, or does it change?
It's always changing.
Okay.
So he was working night shift that Saturday night and getting off, I think, like 2 or 2:30 in the morning, Sunday.
And what time does that have him starting work-ish?
I think that day he went in, or he was going to go in around 3 p.m., I think it was.
And when is his only security job for COCC in that area? He doesn't have any other areas that he provides security for? Okay. Do you know if he took a lunch that day or contacted you any time during his work day?
Saturday, I think I called them. I think I called him around 7 or 6.
Okay.
That be on your phone?
Yeah.
Did you talk to him?
Yeah, and then did I call him again? I think I did call him again. Towards around 10 maybe. Or was it? No, I think it was text messages. was it.
Did he respond to your text?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was that text?
So it's doing here. And it was late. It was 11:30. We're talking about this slideshow that he had done, and he asked me to fix it, and I was just telling him that he had, he had done too much on the slideshow.
On the light show?
A slideshow.
Slideshow, okay.
It's like the PowerPoint.
Mm-hmm, yep.
That's what it was.
Okay. Normal conversation as
Yeah.
far as, okay. And then you, what time do you remember him coming home?
That was it. I don't remember what time he got home.
Did you just go to sleep like normal at your own house?
Yeah, I went to sleep. For the most part, I feel when he gets home, but that day I didn't.
Okay. What time did you wake up? Well, what time did you go to bed, and then what time did you wake
So I
up?
went to bed, I would say, a little bit after the text message, so I would say closer to midnight.
Okay. And did you wake up in the night at all?
No, I don't remember waking up at all.
Okay. Do you remember waking up in the morning? When you actually...
So I woke up around 7:30 to 8 on that Sunday morning.
And was he home?
Yeah, he was there when I woke up.
What was he doing? As far as was he getting in bed? Was he eating breakfast?
When I woke up, he was in bed with me.
Okay. He was already in bed. Was he awake?
He was. Well, we were waking up at the same time. I don't know if he was awake or. But we were. It was the time to get ready to go to church.
Oh.
So. I don't remember if he was already awake or not, but we were still both in bed.
What time does he normally get off when he works graves? He starts at 3. What time is he normally home?
So what do you mean,
Like when he works a graveyard, like he did on Saturday night, he starts at 3 p.m. What time? Does he work a 12-hour shift or?
It's always changing.
It's always changing.
It's always unpredictable. So I actually was on the point that I didn't even know when he was going to be working or not.
Okay.
Usually had his schedule on the refrigerator, and I would just go check it.
Okay.
Because it was just changing all the time.
Okay. But so he didn't have any standard hours for his graveyard time. Okay. Do you know if he worked normally 8 hours, if it was a normal day?
That day, or just
in general, because you don't know that day, right?
In general, I think it's always been 10 hours.
10 hours. Okay, that makes sense.
But you see, that's where sometimes it's just crazy. Sometimes he would just work 4 hours.
Yeah. Okay.
It wasn't predictable.
Okay. So not sure on what time he got off or what time he came home, but when you woke up, he was asleep, and you guys were both kind of waking up at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? Yeah. And you were both planning on, or you would normally both go to church?
Yeah.
So he's used to maybe getting a few hours and then getting up and being okay to go to church on Sunday. That would be normal. Mm-hmm. Okay. Did you guys do that?
When it happens, like I said, his schedule gets all crazy.
Yeah.
So when it happens, he's okay with it.
Okay. Did you do that on this Sunday? Did he get up and go to church?
Yeah, so that's what we did. We got up, we got ready, and went to church.
Okay. Normally, when he comes home and does he wear his uniform home with him? Does he have a locker at work that he changes into before?
It's a give and take. He usually does bring him when he's gonna wash it.
Okay.
Sometimes he does leave it at work.
Does he have a locker at work where he leaves?
I think they do.
Okay.
So when he goes to work and he's and he has a clean uniform, goes to work, does he come in home wearing like just his pants, or?
He doesn't come home wearing the uniform.
So he has some change of clothes in
Yeah.
his locker that.
He'll either bring it with him, and he has a bag that he'll bring in if he's bringing it that day, and it's usually when he wants to wash it, because I don't think they have many uniforms. I think they only have like one or one uniform or something like that. So he's like washing it
So
constantly.
he doesn't like drive in his uniform?
No, he doesn't. No.
Okay.
But he does have a locker at
I think
his
so.
work.
Yeah. I don't know if they. I don't think they share it or anything, but I think they do.
Okay. And he drives home, so he'll drive to work in his car and then drive their patrol car or their security car, right? Okay. So what time is church on Sunday?
9 in the morning.
Okay. Is that and where's the church?
So it's La Roca. It's in Spanish. It's called a rock. It's
Mhm.
on Division Street in Bend.
Okay, and then are you noticing anything weird at all at this point?
So yeah, so he was very quiet, like on the way to church. Wasn't saying much. It's just unusual.
Mm-hmm.
At church, he was just very quiet, very just withdrawn. Like he would usually like grab my hand or something. He wasn't doing that. So when we get out of the church, I asked him, "What's wrong with you? What's going on?" And I told him, we've been together for a very long time. I know something's up.
Could you get some Kleenex?
Yeah. Do you want something to drink too?
No.
So it was strong enough for you. You didn't ask him anything about it at that point, though?
No, because I'm still in training at work. It's been stressful.
Sure.
And it's just, we've been like talking about it, like just in the sense of like, so what if I don't make it? Or
Yeah.
whatnot. So it's been stressful in the sense of just trying to figure out.
Sure.
So I thought that maybe that's just, it was all together. So
Part
I
of
didn't push it.
Yeah.
I was just like, I'm feeling down too myself.
Sure,
So
absolutely. I would have thought
didn't-
the same exact thing.
I didn't push it. I didn't.
Okay. And I'm sorry, but and I'll be annoyingly detailed on this. You guys get done with church at about what time?
It's noon.
Okay. Do you drive straight back to Redmond, or did you just stop for lunch or anything?
We went back home. Well, we stopped by getting Pizza Hut.
Okay.
And we went home. We ate the pizza. We were there, watched Netflix. And then he told me, he's like, "Let's go see a movie." So I'm like, "All right, let's go see a movie." Then we headed to Bend.
Okay.
Watch a movie. So cousin Benny Melvin, he went with us.
Okay. Do you remember what you watched?
Watch Light Out or Light On.
That's some water anyway.
Thanks.
Do you remember if what time the movie was?
7:45, I think that's good.
And so through this whole time up to when you're going to the movie, anything stand out to you?
No, not at that point. So him being all withdrawn was all the way up to I would say towards the time that he told me let's go watch a movie.
Yeah.
Then he kind of went back to, or at least I didn't pick up anything at that point, and I was just like, okay, let's go.
Okay.
So nothing. We watched the movie, and I've been with him since Sunday morning when we woke up. I've been with him all throughout.
Yeah. Okay. Which is a normal day for you guys, right? I mean, you guys spend a lot of time together.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you get out of the movie, what do you do then?
We walked around a little bit, Deal Mill.
Okay.
And then that was it. We got in the car. We went home. We went to go drop off Benny, and we went home.
Okay. Did you guys take the Altima to
No.
church?
No, we were in the Jeep.
Okay. Were you in the Jeep everywhere you went that day?
Yeah.
And where was the Altima
In
parked?
the car. I mean, in the house. Just parked.
On the street or in the driveway?
On the street where he usually parks.
Okay. That's normal? He parks on the street with the Altima?
You know what I just thought about right now? He had the windows cracked open, and he never did that.
Okay.
And I asked him about that, and he said, "Oh, it's hot."
When you guys
Just
go
thought
to
about that right
church
now.
and travel around together, do you usually take your car or do you usually take his car?
It's give and take. It's never. It's usually whichever car has gas.
Yeah.
Really, that's really.
Okay.
And was he supposed to work on Sunday night?
He was
Okay.
supposed to go in. No, not Sunday. He
Okay.
was supposed to go to work Monday.
So he had yesterday.
Sunday off.
He had Sunday off. Okay. And then when you guys got home, about what time was it from the movie? After you walked around, did you drop Vinny off?
Drop him off. I would say it was late, like 11, maybe towards
Yeah.
noon, midnight.
Yeah. And then did you go straight home from there?
From dropping off, yeah.
Mhm.
Dropping off, Benny, we went home.
And what did you do from there?
I got home, decided to take a shower. Took a shower. He came into the shower with me towards the end of my shower. Get out. No, he got out. I was still in the shower. He got out. We had sex. And then we went to bed.
Okay. What do you remember about what time that was?
But I would say maybe 1.
And so then this morning, do you remember, was he with you in bed the whole time from when you fell asleep?
Yeah.
And what time did you wake up?
I woke up around 9.
Okay. Was he
I got out of the bed. I woke up like around 8:30, but I still stayed in
Yeah.
bed. Then I got up like 9.
Okay. Was he in bed with you?
He was in bed with me.
Okay, so he was still in bed by the time you got out at 9. And what time did he wake up after that?
I want to say 10:30ish, maybe.
We're on Monday now.
Mm-hmm.
We're on today.
Today, well, I think it's Tuesday now.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Monday morning.
And how did your morning go?
So I woke up. He told me, "Oh, you're getting up already?" Because usually he's sleeping.
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm already awake." I'm like, "But you could continue sleeping." So he stayed in bed and I got up. I went outside, turned on the water, sprinklers, turned on TV, was watching TV, and I was just waiting for him to get up so we could start the morning. So he comes out of the room and his eyes were all teary. That's what I'm like, what happened? Tell me what happened. What's wrong? So he sits on the sofa. I turn off the TV, and then he just says that. He's like, I a woman, that's what he said. And I'm like, what do you mean? Then he's like, I hit her with the car.
And did he tell you which car?
He said the security, the job, the car that they use at the job.
And what did you say to that?
So I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean you hit her? And he's like, yeah, I hit her and I panic. And I'm like, what do you mean by you hit her panicking. What did you do?
Did he say, I hit her in a panic?
He said, I don't remember exactly the words that he said, but he said something that he hit her with the car, and then he panicked.
Okay.
So then I asked him, like, that's what I was trying for him to explain to me. So you hit her with the car, that's an accident.
Yeah.
Why? What do you mean you panic? What do you mean?
And what did he say?
He just kept saying I panic, and at that point he's already, like, he got up and he's already, like, going into the room and walking back and forth. And I'm not really quite understanding what he's telling me.
So when he's walking, he walks to your bedroom? Or?
Yeah, he's, like, he walks to the bedroom. I think at some point I followed him there, and I'm like, explain to me what happened. And then he's like, okay, so then he says, at some point, I don't remember if it was back at the living room or whatnot, because he was just walking back and forth. He said that he hit her with the car at work. And I asked him, well, where is there any signs that you hit her or what? And then he said that it was because of the grill, that no, there was no signs. And then I'm like, so what did you do with the body, what? And he's like, I hit her. And I'm like, and then I kept asking him, what does it got to do with you hitting her and now you panic and you hit the body? He wouldn't.
So it didn't make sense to you?
It wasn't making sense to me.
How long did this conversation go on before he left?
It was pretty brief. It was just him moving around. I'm not sure if I don't think he grabbed anything other than he did grab my gun from my purse. And then he just kept saying, I need to go. And then right before he left, he's like, there's her stuff in the shed.
How did he say it again?
He said something in regards to her stuff is in the shed.
Her stuff is in the shed.
And I think it's because I kept telling him, it doesn't make sense. It's like, you're lying to me. It's not. So I feel like he told me that, so I could go see it and say, oh, it is true.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't making sense to me. And I think he was seeing that like I wasn't believing it. Like it felt like a movie. Like it just. It wasn't making any sense to me. But when I saw the stuff, I'm like, oh,
And he was still there then?
no, he was already gone.
Okay. But he never said what. All he said was he hit her and he panicked. He never said.
But it wasn't making any sense to me because I'm like, why would somebody do that, especially you, especially him? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Did he say when this happened?
So he just said.
He's just telling the story.
He just when he was working that Sunday morning, he didn't give me like a time.
Here's a brief recap of the events according to Isabel. She informed the police that her husband Edwin Lara had, that morning, admitted to taking the life of a young woman. Edwin was in charge of security at the Central Oregon Community College, the college that Kaylee attended, and this was the night that Kaylee went missing. Wife Isabel sent a text message to Edwin at around 11:30 p.m. on the Saturday night in question. She then went to bed and fell asleep. She didn't wake up until 7:30 7:30 or 8 AM on Sunday morning, at which point Edwin was in bed beside her. The couple then went to church as they usually would on a Sunday morning, but she did say that she noticed Edwin was unusually quiet that morning. However, because they were currently going through some marital issues, plus the fact that he had just been on a night shift, she refrained from asking him too many questions. Edwin, though, appeared to be back to normal that evening, so they went to catch a movie together. The rest of the night played out pretty normally and the couple went to bed. The following morning, Monday, Isabel's world would come crashing down around her. Edwin had something he needed to get off his chest. He confessed to his wife that he ended the life of a woman, but that it was an accident. He said that he hit the woman with his car. He checked on her and discovered that she had already passed. At this point, he decided rather than come clean, he would hide the body. Edwin then told Isabel that the woman's belongings were hidden in the shed in their garden, and with that information, he fled the house, taking Isabel's 9mm firearm with him. He drove off in his Nissan Altima. That is when Isabel went to the police station. Police rushed to the home and searched the shed. In it they found a white bag containing high-heeled shoes, a purse containing a black wallet, a passport, a credit card, a blood-stained rock, and a clump of hair. The shoes and handbag were prized possessions of Kaylee's and weren't something she would readily part with. Edwin's work boots were also located by the police. They were covered with blood. At the home, they also found a class project that Edwin had written and kept. It was about the serial killer, Angel Resendez Ramirez, someone that committed over 20 slayings. The nightmare scenario that Isabel described in her interview was proving to be the truth. Police were aware that they needed to locate Edwin quickly in order to further confirm the information and stop him from potentially hurting anyone else. After all, this was a man that seemed to have an interest in serial killers. Police discovered that after Edwin left his home that morning, he drove his Nissan to his parents' house in Redmond, about a 15 to 20 minute drive from Bend. There he ditched the Nissan and swapped into his parents' Subaru Legacy. The trail he left for the police was obvious and they soon located the Nissan. Both the rear bumper and the trunk were covered with hair, and there was a significant amount of dried blood. The evidence against Edwin was building quickly, but he was still out of the grasp of the police. Edwin drove his parents' car to Salem, 2 to 3 hours west of his last known location. He parked up outside a Ross Dress for Less store, and that is where he saw 19-year-old Andrea Elizabeth Mays. She had just left her customer assistant job at T-Mobile. She was sitting alone in the parking lot in her gold-coloured Volvo. She had just taken a selfie and was uploading it to Instagram when Edwin jumped into her car. He sat himself in the passenger seat and pointed the firearm which he had stolen from his wife in Andrea's face. He shouted at her to drive. Edwin forced the teen to drive to neighbouring state, California, explaining what he had done and why he was fleeing. They made it into California on the first day, but Andrea's car began to malfunction. As well as the start of car troubles, it was now 11:40 PM, and Edwin wanted to rest, so they pulled off into a motel. Shockingly, Edwin managed to buy a room and take Andrea in there without raising suspicion. Once inside, he handcuffed her to the bed. It really is hard to imagine just how terrified she must have been at this stage. By chance, an alarm on Andrea's phone went off. Edwin, in a heightened state of anxiety, believed that this somehow meant that Andrea was being tracked, or that she was somehow working with the police. Andrea, with some of the quickest thinking I have heard from someone in a situation like this, explained that the alarm was a reminder for her to take her medication for an STD. Although we can't be sure, we can assume that this is what kept her safe that night. The next morning, the two left the motel in Andrea's car, but now the car was in real mechanical trouble. They were forced to pull over into the Super 8 motel in Wairika, California. Edwin spotted a man stood next to his vehicle in the parking lot. The man was named Jack Levy, a photographer. Edwin pulled out his firearm and tried to take the car from Jack. However, he resisted and shouted for help, at which point Edwin pulled the trigger. Jack was hit in the abdomen. Luckily, Jack survived this ordeal. The situation seemed to be spiralling deeper down a dark road. With a gun being fired, it was highly likely the police would already be on their way to the scene. So once more, Edwin fled, this time on foot, dragging Andrea with him across the road to a gas station. There, Edwin turned his attention to a car owned by an elderly woman with her 2 teenage grandsons as passengers. The teenage boy's father was in a nearby gas station, but was unaware of what was happening. Edwin forced Andrea into the woman's car, which now contained Edwin, Andrea, the grandmother, and 2 teenage boys. He travelled 15 miles south on Interstate 5 with his 5 hostages. Edwin told everyone what he had done to Kaylee and Jack, and that within him he just felt an urge to kill. He then dropped the grandmother and 2 teenage boys off at the side of the road, but he kept Andrea with him. He now drove at dangerous speeds of up to 120 miles per hour down the highway. Andrea was instructed by Edwin to turn on her phone's camera and help him to take a video. This is how he addressed the police with a video posted to Facebook.
I apologize for everything I've done. Most likely I'm going to get caught. Sorry about that girl in Central Oregon. And I also want to let family members, Andrea, that she's fine and she will be fine because so far she's been doing what I've been told her to do. You know, and if you guys are wondering if I have done dirty things to her, no. All right, I'm not that kind of guy. And she'll be home pretty soon. I'm sorry to her grandma and her family members, to her boyfriend. Okay, tell the cops that not to shoot us, because if they shoot us, then that's not my fault. Okay, but sorry everybody. Bye.
On July the 26th at about 6:40 a.m, he dialed 911. He was travelling on a road close to Redding, California, and this is the call that he made.
Tuesday, 7/26/2016 at 06:40.
911 emergency reporting.
Yes, hi. This is Edwin Lara, and I'm the guy on Interstate 5. Going at high speed. I know you guys have the chopper on me already.
Yeah.
And I just want to say I am going to turn myself in.
Okay, where are you at?
Okay, I'm on I-5. I think close to Redding, if I'm right. So, you know, I am wanted for murder in the state of Oregon.
Okay. Edwin,
Yeah.
where are you at right now? Can you stop?
I am going to stop once I hit Redding. Once I'm in Redding, I'm going to stop.
Okay, can you tell me where you are right now?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Let's see. There's a sign right here. 50 miles from Redding.
You're 50 miles from Redding. Can you see a mile mark or anything?
From Corning.
You're 50 miles from Corning.
Yeah, 50 miles from Corning. 50 miles south or north of Corning.
Are you by yourself or?
No, I have someone with me. I kidnapped her in Oregon. She's innocent. Her name is Andrea. What's your last name?
He doesn't know.
I'll let her give her last name so you can call her family, okay?
Okay.
Just give me a second.
What's your name?
Hello?
Yeah, hi. What's your name?
Andrea?
Andrea, what's your last name?
Maes, M-A-E-S.
Okay, are you hurt at all, Andrea?
No.
No? Okay. Do you know where you are? Let me talk to Edwin again.
Okay, guys.
Hello?
Yeah, Edwin, you're heading southbound on 5?
Yeah, I'm heading southbound on 5. I'm 50 miles away.
Okay, I'm sorry. Did you make it past Redding yet?
I think I did. I'm 50 miles from Corning.
You're 50 miles from Corning?
Yeah, 15.
Oh, 15 miles from Corning.
Yes. So I'm passing a state trooper, a highway patrol right now.
You're what, sir?
I'm passing a highway patrol.
Okay, where are you at, though?
I am Flores Avenue, 1 mile from Flores Avenue.
1 mile from Flores. Are you able to safely find somewhere to stop?
I'm not going to stop right here. I'm just going to turn myself in Corning. Okay.
Are you going to Corning Police, or where are you going?
Yeah, I'm going to Corning Police. But I want to ask you a favor.
Uh-huh.
So I have asthma.
You have asthma? Okay.
Yeah, so you tell them not to be too rough on me because, you know, I can barely breathe right now. All right, so that's all I wanted to say.
Do you need any kind of medical or?
Yeah, well, I think so. I'm going to need my inhaler. I forgot my inhaler at home. You know, I went all over Salem, Oregon looking for an inhaler, but I guess they don't sell it, you know, behind the counter or out of counter. So,
Edwin, how fast are you going?
I'm going about 120 miles an hour
You're
right
about
now.
120 miles an hour?
Yeah.
Can you slow down?
Well, I want to make it there quick. That way I can turn myself in.
Well, the officer sees you. That we just don't want you to speed away from anything. If you can stop and just give yourself in, it'll probably be easier.
Well, there's an officer behind me right now.
Okay, they see you. We're talking to them. They see you.
Yeah, she's seeing me. I think it's a she. She's right behind me.
Okay, the officer sees you, and are you able to safely stop?
Yeah, I can stop, but not right now. I'll stop in Corning.
What's the difference from stopping now in Corning?
I just don't want to stop right here in the middle of the road, you know, putting myself in danger and putting everybody else in danger, more in danger, I guess.
You know, they won't. They're aware. I'll let them know they won't. But if you can stop safely, they just don't want you to run. They think you're trying to run or anything.
Okay.
Edwin, do you have any weapons with you?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I do have a gun on me. I am not going to flash the gun, so you tell them not to shoot me.
Okay.
No, I don't want to die.
Okay, you stick by your word, though. I'll let them know.
Yeah, I'm going to let them know. You know, don't hurt Andrea. You know, she's a nice girl. You know, don't hurt her. I'm actually calling my family just to say bye to them. So once I'm done calling all my family, then I'll turn myself in.
Okay, we can get a hold of your family if you want.
I already called my wife. I called a lot of people already. I am wanted for the death of Kaylee Sawyer at Bend, Oregon.
What's the girl's name? Kaylee what?
Sawyer?
Sawyer?
Yes. Or Swire, maybe.
And she was from Bend, Oregon?
Yes. I just want to say that it was an accident. So I work for Campus Public Safety there. And she was really drunk, and I didn't see her, and I ran her over.
Okay.
And then after that, you know, I just she was still breathing, and then she was screaming, and I decided to silence her forever.
Okay.
And I am very remorseful for that, and you know.
Okay.
I know her.
Edwin, are you able to stop? The officers behind you, they don't know if you're running and stuff or trying to run from them. So if you can safely stop, they'll have the freeway block and nobody will get hurt if you just try to
Okay.
stop.
You want me to read the plate for you?
Your plate?
The officer, the police officer's plate?
No. You don't need to read the police officer's plate.
Okay. Because I want her to just get in front of me if she can.
Why do you want her in front of you?
She can move all the traffic. I'm not gonna shoot anybody, I promise.
I know, but you have to realize they have to take care. It's for their safety and for your safety as well. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
All right, so I'm about to get to Corning. I'm like 4 miles away.
Okay. Where are you at now? Can you tell me where you are?
I am 4 miles from Corning.
Okay. The girl that's with you, how old is she? Andrea, how old is she?
How old are you? She's 19.
19 years of age? Okay.
Yeah.
Does she have any weapons or anything, or?
Nah, she doesn't.
She doesn't.
I honestly, I did kidnap her. We drove her car, you know, and her car died on us, so I had to borrow somebody else's car. You know, basically that's what it is.
Okay.
But yeah.
So, Edwin, can you pull over safely for the officer?
Right here, right now?
If you can find a safe spot, you can pull over the shoulder. They're going to have a freeway block. Nobody will get hurt. But I just don't want you to run from them and they think you're running from them. So if you can just pull over, find a safe spot completely out of the lanes. Don't stop in the lanes or anything. Find a safe spot and just pull over.
Okay. I'll slow down for them.
Okay, you're going to slow down?
Yeah, I'm going to slow down.
Okay.
You know, I don't want somebody else to get hurt.
Good. So are you going to stop?
Yeah, maybe. I will stop right now. I'm just, you know, I'm shaking up. I mean, I'm shaking.
I understand.
I don't want to get shot. I mean.
Okay. I will let them know, but you need to make sure you just listen carefully, okay?
Okay. And just to let you know, I have a bulletproof vest too.
Are you wearing it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, you're not going to try to do anything, right?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
You want me to throw my gun out of the window right now?
Not right now. No. Don't do that right now.
All right.
I just want you to stop
Or
safely.
I could just give it to Andrea, see if she wants to kill.
No. You don't want to do that to her and yourself.
All right. So yeah, I'm just gonna call her grandma and apologize, and then I'll stop.
You know, right now, let's just kind of worry about you stopping.
Okay.
Just worry about stopping and getting you guys both safe, okay?
All right. Okay, I'll stop.
Okay.
I'll hang up now.
No, I'm going to stay on the line with you, okay?
Okay. Well, basically, or technically, it's illegal to talk on the phone and drive, right?
You know, if you're calling in an emergency, and you know what, this is just a totally different circumstance, okay?
Okay.
That's the last thing we need to worry about right now.
Yes.
So,
I know this is being recorded, and I just want to say to the family of Kaylee that I am sorry. I'm sorry for what I did to her, and in time I will tell them where the body is. I will just, that way she can rest in peace.
do you want to let me know, or just have this recorded where it is?
No, I remember.
Okay.
So, hopefully the police officer doesn't shoot me, and I'll survive,
Yeah. Well,
but
we're not going to let that happen. Like, you just do what you're supposed to do and do what you're told to do.
I left a vehicle with a note, in what is that place called? In Salem, Oregon.
Okay.
Yeah, in the, what's the mall called? The Ross. Yeah, there is a Ross in the Lancaster in Salem.
What is it called?
What is the address for the mall?
Oh, the mall.
Yeah, it's a Ross. A Ross Mall.
Ross,
R-O-S-S.
Oh, Ross Mall.
Yeah. So, or a store, whatever you want to call it. So it's a store. I left a station wagon, that I sold from my parents.
Uh-huh.
Well, I was borrowing it. I told them that I was going to borrow it. And so I drove it all the way to Salem, and I parked it right in front of the mall, and there's a note there just in case. Hopefully not, but just in case I die.
What kind of car was it? You said it was a station wagon?
Yeah, it's a station wagon. It's registered to my stepfather. My stepfather's name is... Yes. And, I'm pretty sure somebody noticed it already.
Okay. So
and that's where I kidnapped Andrea, too.
Okay.
She works at that Ross store.
Okay. So, Edwin, are you going to stop for the officers?
Yeah, I am. As soon as I'm done talking to you, I'll stop.
I'll stay on the line with you. I just want to make sure you stop safely and just think about what you're doing as well.
Okay, I'll let you talk to Andrea.
Okay. Are you going to stop?
Yeah, I'm going to stop.
Okay, once you stop, make sure they can see your hands at all time, okay?
All right. Just tell them I'm going to go into that casino.
You're going to go into the casino?
Yep. I'm not going to go inside the building, just into the parking lot.
You're just going to stop in the parking lot?
Yes. That way we get out of the freeway, because I don't want to put the officers in danger.
Okay. So once you get there to the parking lot, can you just make sure they see your hands at all time?
Yes, I will.
Where's your gun at?
I promise. It's in between my legs. Let's tell them that not to be too rough.
Did you already pass the casino?
Yeah, actually I did.
Why'd you tell me that then?
Because I couldn't find. I'm trying to find the road. I don't think there is a road to get in there.
There is.
There is. Okay, I see a bridge, and I was trying to get there to see if I find a way to get. Just, you know.
Okay, are you able to safely just pull over then, so the officers don't keep them chasing you? Just pull over.
Yeah, I'll pull over right now.
As seen in this police dashcam footage, Edwin's rampage was drawing to a close.
Okay, I'll let you talk to Andrea.
Okay, just don't hang up.
I'm not.
Hello?
Yeah, hi, Andrea. Are you
Hi.
okay? You don't need any medical or anything?
No.
Okay, so Edwin, where's his gun at? Does he have it still between his legs?
I don't know.
Can you see it? You said he had it between his legs. Is he stopping?
Yeah.
He is stopping?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, make sure your hands are up too and stuff. I know you're on the phone right now, but just hold your hand up so they can see your hands too.
Okay.
I'm going to stay on the line with you until the officers get there, okay? And you're going to be okay. Andrea? Does Edwin have his hands up?
Yeah.
He does have his hands up? Okay. Just tell him to make sure that the officers...
Hey, who are you? Tell him I can't.
He said he can't hear her.
Do I get out or do I?
Tell him we're letting the officers know that he can't hear her.
He's already walking towards them.
He's walking towards him. Tell him to make sure he holds his hands up.
Yeah, he is.
He is. Tell him to turn around and don't walk towards him. He can walk backwards towards him.
I can't. He's too far.
Okay. And if you want to do the same, once he gets out and stuff, just turn around and walk backwards towards him. Don't walk facing him.
Okay. Do I stay on the line with you?
Once you get out, I'll go ahead and disconnect the line. Once you get out, can you see, do they have him in custody already?
They're putting the cuffs on him right now.
Putting the cuffs on him?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to hang up and just get out and you walk backwards towards him with your hands up, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Andrea, it's going to be okay.
She told me to stay in the car.
She told you to stay in the car? Okay, then whatever instructions they give you, then do that.
Okay.
Okay, if she's giving you instructions, go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and get off the line, okay? And just whatever instructions. Okay, all right, bye.
Edwin was arrested. At the police station, Edwin spoke freely about what he had done. I found this initial interview to be incredibly interesting. If you want to skip past it, just use the timestamps or chapters below.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's okay. It's recording.
Okay.
Is he looking off a list of questions?
What's that?
Is he looking off a list of questions?
No, that's on recording. You're all right. I didn't see you. I thought she was asking for. I thought you were asking for our help. You would.
You help? Hey.
Yeah, absolutely.
I got gloves on.
You set? All right, partner. On you want to sit?
Have a seat there.
Thank you.
Right over there, Edwin.
Police office right here. When you go. Okay.
You know, wherever you want. Just tell me where you want to be set.
That's fine. I'll sit right here.
They know you're finished.
Okay, thank you. Hello, sir.
Hi.
My name is Sergeant Beckwith.
I'm Mac.
Wait, I shouldn't introduce myself because you guys know me.
We know a little bit, right? So a couple things. We got some housekeeping items to talk about before we start talking about things. Those are going to be your Miranda rights and your right to a counselor.
Okay.
And then I wanted to talk to you, you know, just to let you know where I'm coming from, because it sounds like you've done a lot of good things, even to this point. And so we're not really concerned about the NBA at this point. It's going to be about, you know, finding her. Okay. So, but before we do that, do you have any questions for me on the onset before I advise you of some things? Because I'm going to advise you of your Miranda rights and your consular rights. Okay. Right. Before we start talking about things at all, but as far as questions you have before we get into that, I'm all my cards on the table kind of guy. Okay, I'm not going to come in here and try to be all tricky or whatever. Detective McLaughlin's the same way. Okay?
Well, all I got to say is that I want to go home.
Okay.
I'm going to do everything possible to go home.
Yes, sir. And home meaning Oregon?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course, go home, right?
Yeah, we're working on that as well. Okay? So that's something we're working on. let's see here. Mac, while I'm pulling up this language,
Yes.
can you advise?
Sure. So, Edwin, at this point in time, I do want to let you know that the room is being video recorded. It's also being audio recorded. Just for the sake of being official, today's date is the 26th of July, 2016. I have about 12 hours. I'm Detective James McLaughlin. Present with me is Detective Sergeant Eric Beckwith with the Redmond Police Department. Edwin Enoch, Laura, is that right? Okay. So I want to let you know I'm recording the conversation so that you're aware of that, okay? Is there any questions about this conversation being recorded at all?
No.
Okay. Just so you know, initially...
Can you back up just a little bit?
Yeah. We're going to ask you some questions about the MVA, that stands for the motor vehicle accident, all that stuff, okay? Before we do so, I'm going to advise you of at least your Miranda rights before we get some of the consulate information section. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to speak to an attorney and have him or her present with you while you're being questioned. If you can't afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed before any questioning if you wish, okay? Very important. Also, we're here to talk to you because we know that we've spent the last 16 hours talking to Isabel, finding out stuff about you with your family and those kinds of things. I know you got a heart that's probably pretty heavy and you want to tell some stuff about the vehicle accident, and that's why we're here, okay? So it's important that you hear what I just said to you. I want to make sure that you understand those rights that I just read to you.
I do.
Okay, sir.
I also have to read you, these are your consular rights, okay? So I'm going to read this directly verbatim. It says, as a non-U.S. citizen who is being arrested or detained, you may request that we notify your country's consular officers here in the United States of your situation. You may also communicate with your consular officers. A consular officer may be able to help you obtain legal representation and may contact your family and visit you in detention, among other things. If you want us to notify your consular's office, you can request this notification now or any time in the future. Do you want us to notify the consular's office at this time?
No.
Okay. All right, so here's the thing I just want to get to, the nitty-gritty. We have not been able to find Kaylee's body. Can you please help me find her body immediately before we start talking about anything else? The reason why I'm asking you that is I've done this a bunch of times.
I want to tell you where the body is.
Yeah.
I do. But I want to get on first.
Okay. So here's what I know about this. Hear me out, sir. We can't change what happened, the three of us in this room. And people will care more about what happens right now than what happened before. So we know that you've been talking to some people, et cetera, right? And because we have different jurisdictions, I can assure you that right now the DA's office is working on allowing us to take you back to Oregon, okay? But they're still working on that, okay? So in the meantime, we need to consider some things, okay? If this information gets to other people that you were like, hell yeah, I'm gonna tell you, but only until I get what I want, they might try to think of this about something different than what it is, right? And so what I've determined is, and we've looked at this a bunch of times, is I don't think you're a bad guy, right? I think that things have spun completely out of control, sir. Sir, am I right? Okay. But that being said, you know from your training and your education that we have a massive load of resources right now dedicated to one thing, and that's to serve the victim's family, okay? And they need that, and they need that right now. And so I need you to remember that it doesn't matter so much about what happened, it's what you do now.
Yeah. And you know this, man.
Matt wants to do a map.
So before, can I say the story what happened first?
Yeah, as you're drawing, please, or whatever you'd like to do. Sir, let's do a map first. You want us to get you out of that stuff?
Highway from, yeah.
Okay, but you ask if we can get him out of this stuff so we can drive.
Highway from Redmond to Salem, that's 120, right?
I think it's 126.
126.
those things. Yeah.
We're working.
All right, checking the box. So we're gonna get somebody to get you out of those, man. I mean, so that's Highway 126.
126 highway.
Mm-hmm.
That's going towards Salem.
Correct.
Do you know that the Chutes River?
The Chutes River.
That's
Okay, are we
River.
closer to Redmond?
Closer to Redmond.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so about, I'm thinking maybe not even 10 miles. Let's keep going.
Okay.
There's a mailbox right here. It reads 18700. It's right across it.
It's gonna be on the south side of the road. So if this is north, like the
yeah, that's north. It's gonna be on the south side.
okay. And this is going to be east towards Redmond, correct? And this is going to be west towards Sisters.
Oh, you're okay with him to come?
Okay. Are you left or right-handed?
I'm right-handed.
Can you come here? Yeah. This is a map he's driven.
Yep.
This is the Deschutes River, Highway 126 from Redmond towards Sisters.
Yeah.
There's a mailbox with this number on
Yep.
it. He said it's directly across from this mailbox on the south side of the highway. How far off the highway?
It's just right there. You'll see it right away.
It says you'll see it right away.
Buried in the ditch.
Is it buried or?
It's not buried. It's
Just in the ditch itself?
It's just in the ditch.
Okay, south side of the highway across from that mailbox. Correct.
You're doing good, Edwin. You know what? This is not easy. I know you might be a little bit scared. We're going to hear what you have to say. We really, really want to. I'm thankful, and so is Sergeant Beckwith, that you know what the right thing to do is right now, and that's to help us locate her for her family, for the community, for us, for you, for your wife, all that good stuff, okay? So I'm thankful to you. I want to say that right away, that you hear what this man has to say and that you've got a heart inside of you. And I know, because I was in your house. I saw the Bible. I know you thumb through it a lot. I see that you've tithed for months consecutively. I know you have God in your heart, okay? And that's just not a trick. That's eternal, right? You know that. But I'm not talking about this moment. I'm talking about the big picture, okay? And so I appreciate your honesty.
So, what happened, man? What happened? Like the straight up, what happened?
So I was putting the signs up where there was an event going on.
It's a
School,
college.
It's cyclist event or whatever. You know, I was in a hurry because I want to get out of here. And I was gonna turn south on College Way on the D4 lot. So I was gonna turn south on the do not enter area there. And I didn't see her. She was wearing all black. So I was in a hurry, so it was my fault. And I wasn't expecting anybody, you know, at that time of night. So I just turned and I mean, I didn't hit her that hard. I just bumped her with the patrol car, bumped her with the front rack. And she fell down. And at first I thought, you know, first thing I was, oh, I killed her, you know, but I didn't hit her that hard. So I got off the car and she was really drunk. And then she looks at me and then she started screaming.
She started screaming,
Yeah,
or you did?
she did. So I panicked and I just grabbed her by the throat and I told her, shut up, shut up, shut up. So she passed out. I put her on the back of the patrol car, drove her up the B12 lot. And then I was panicking, I didn't know what to do. She already seen me, she saw my face. So I opened the door, and that's when she came back. She started screaming again. So I grabbed the chokehold. And I was telling her, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. She was just struggling to scream. So I threw her down and my head over a rock on the head. After that, I dragged her body behind a tree there, and I hit her with another rock. And that's when I think she died, because I heard her breathing her last breath. And then with her body there, I went to the Zama gym. I tried to wash off everything, all the dirt from my glove. I had a stain on my shirt. I was wearing the bike patrol shirt. I had a red stain. I couldn't take that off, so I started washing my pants and my boots on the Mizama gym. I went into the men's restroom right in front of the main entrance of the south entrance of Mizama. Then after being there, I just walked towards the women's gym or shower, and I went into the shower and I started washing off all the dirt from my pants. And then I looked at the watch and it was like 1:50 or whatever, and my shift was almost over. And I know Adam Leader was in the office, so I'm like, hey, I'm usually never late. I'm out of here right when my shift ends, so I better get there. So I got there like around 2:01 or something like that. I was full of dirt, and he wanted to talk to me about something, and I wasn't facing him because I saw this scratch in my face, and I was scared that he was gonna see it because I knew that you guys were gonna investigate us. I knew that for a fact because I'm not dealing with stupid people, right?
Yeah.
So I panicked and I just let him talk, and I acted like I was doing something on the computer, and I was just saying, oh yes, yes. And I tried telling him something, but I was so nervous that I don't think he was able to understand me, what I was saying. He goes, what? And I said it again, and he wasn't able to understand me. So at the end, I think he just left it like that. He didn't ask me any more questions. But I don't think he realized anything bad. I just think he probably thought I was tired or something. Because I told him, I'm tired, I want to go home. Then, when I was walking out, I'm like, okay, I need to get rid of her, because if they find her up in the boy 12 lot, they're going to know it was one of us, and it's going to be me, because Adam was in the office, all night long, doing some paperwork. So I drove back up there, I put on my car, I grabbed a trash can first from the Boyle Education Center, from the custodial room. I grabbed a trash can or trash bag. I drove up the hill again and just put her head inside the bag, put her in the trunk of my car, and just drove out of there.
Your personal car?
Yeah.
Which car's that?
The Nissan. You guys haven't found that yet?
Yeah, we found it.
Okay.
But it's not fair for me to put words in your mouth, So you gotta ask. So what happened next?
So I drove her to a ditch by close to my parents' house, and she was kind of heavy, so I just grabbed her and pretty much ripped everything off her, like her clothes. I threw her in the ditch, and then I went back home, and I was like, okay, they gotta find her there. pretty quick. So I gotta move her and put her somewhere else that they're not gonna be able to find her. So next day, actually it was the following night, while my wife was sleeping, I just got up without her noticing that I left, and I went to move the body again.
To its location that you told us. The first place where you put Kaylee.
I think it's...
Is it near your parents? Like how close to your parents' house?
So the street it's Hemlock, I think it is.
Helmholtz?
Helmholtz. Yes, Helmholtz and Antler, right in the corner. There is a little, I don't know what that, I think it might be a little creek or a lake or something right there, so pretty close to that. So I just threw her body right there, and then I came back following night and just dumped her. And at this time I was feeling really bad, because I've never killed anybody, and I feel really bad about her, about the girl. What you think of the serve tonight? And I was feeling really bad about what I went to, because she's my everything. And I know that most likely I will die in prison, and that's gonna be one of the things that I'm gonna take in my heart, Isabel, and the regret of killing this girl. And I know this is being recorded, and apologize to the parents, to the dad. I know the dad has been looking for her non-stop. I apologize. She looked like a really nice girl, and she didn't deserve what I did to her. So following day after I moved her body, the second time, or the first time, the second time I should say, I woke up with this thing in my heart, like heavy, and I'm like, so I knew that from the moment I told my wife she's going to turn me in, because I know her. And she loves her job, and she loves what she's doing now, and I knew she was gonna do it, no matter how much she loves me. So I told her with that purpose. I told her, I killed this girl, I'm gonna walk out of here, I'm gonna drive out of here, you do your thing. She's like, why are you putting me in that spot? I'm like, because I know you're gonna do the right thing. I know you're not gonna be my accomplice, because you're not that type of woman. So she kept telling me, please don't leave, just turn yourself in. And I'm like, I don't want to spend the rest of my life in prison. Yeah, I don't want to get death penalty. I don't want that like that.
Did you have some of Kaylee's stuff at the house?
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that, please?
Okay, so I grabbed it from the patrol car, and I put it in my car with the intention of getting rid of it, because I actually grabbed her phone from the purse with my bare hands. I didn't use any gloves, so I was scared that my fingerprints were going to be all over that purse. So I grabbed the purse and I put it in my car, because I'm like, well, I don't think there's fingerprints in her body. but there's fingerprint on the purse, so I cannot leave the purse here. So I grabbed her purse, and when I was driving out of the campus on Portland Avenue, I throw the phone on the Chutes River. Is that the Chutes River? On the park?
Yes.
So I threw the phone in the river.
Which phone is that?
Her phone.
Where was it?
It was in her purse.
Why
Yeah.
did you throw it in the river?
Because they were gonna find it. If I throw it somewhere else. And I mean, I knew sooner or later I was gonna get caught. And for a fact. And
you was trying to buy some time?
I was trying to buy some time so I can say bye to my family, I guess.
Did you talk to your family after this?
Yeah.
How'd that go?
Not so good. My grandpa told me that I screwed up my life. My mom and dad couldn't believe it. Or my stepdad, I should say. He's like my dad. Couldn't believe it. They were very concerned about me. My wife just kept telling me to stop what you're doing, turn yourself in, where you at.
So a couple things you need to understand, and we're finally getting to the real problem here. We really are. Is you knew she was never getting out the car the moment you shut that door. Well, let me finish. You need to let me finish, right? Because I know this, okay? Because you said we were hookers. She's like, no. Immediately you go to give me your purse and your phone.
Well, I knew she wasn't going to get out.
She wasn't going to survive that encounter, was she?
No.
Because you can't rape her and let her live, can you?
And she can't make a phone call if you have it.
I wasn't going to rape her.
Well, you can't let her live.
Edwin, we're missing something here, man.
Look, yeah, I know what you guys are thinking, and it makes perfect sense. It does.
Because why would you ask for her purse? What was in your head that made you want her purse?
Because
just in case she had a gun, she could defend herself.
In case she was gonna use her phone
to call 911. Call for help.
So, but listen to this. According to your story, this is where it does not make sense. If your intent isn't already there to do some kind of harm or some kind of evil to her, some friggin' evil that's there, bro. It's there. You just gotta face it down, man. You can't cower away from it. You face that damn thing down right now. If you know the only way, if you don't have intent in her head, your thought is, I gotta keep that phone away from her because she's gonna call for help before anything bad's even happened. You've already made a decision. Am I right or am I wrong? Help me.
So, I made the decision at that time to silence her.
To kill her. Let's be real. When you say silence her, you mean kill her. Is that correct?
Okay. Because when did you make that decision?
When she started screaming. Because she had seen my face.
But you already grabbed her phone. You already kept her away from making a call for help or contacting someone. So you're already preserving yourself. So I'm thinking it's before, when you ask for the purse, I think you already know in your head, I'm going to silence her. I'm going to kill her. Why else would you ask?
So when she gave me her, she had her phone, because I knew her phone was back there. It just clicked on my head, and I put her purse back there, her phone is in there. So I told her, give me the purse. So then
Tell me exactly how you said, give me your purse. Say exactly how you said it.
Okay, so I went, give me your fucking purse.
Just like that?
Just like that.
Okay.
So she hands over the purse, and I'm like, your phone is not in here. And she goes, yes, it is. So I start digging in the purse with this hand, and I find the phone, and it's there. So, and very relieved, but at this time she's struggling with the door, and I'm telling her, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up.
You know why you felt relieved when you found that phone? You know why? Tell me why you felt relieved.
She wasn't calling her help.
And she was never gonna get away.
Because she had seen my face already.
She was already seen your face. And you already knew what you were gonna do.
No.
You were gonna silence her, you already told us that.
Well, yeah, but
why else would you grab her phone?
Because from the moment, that's when I knew that she wasn't a hooker.
And she's gonna tell. She's gonna say something.
If I let her out of the car, she's gonna go say, hey, you know, security guard raped me or something.
Do you have dominion over a woman?
Dominion?
Mm-hmm. Dominant. Is there anything about her life that means less than yours? Okay.
But you told us earlier when you were trying to carjack people in Salem, you wanted a woman who was weaker.
Weaker woman because I knew a guy was gonna fight me and I didn't want to kill anybody.
Right. So you have dominion.
I don't
What
necessarily.
I guess what I'm getting at with that question is that at some point or another, something as minor as an offensive comment, are you a hooker? I mean, honestly, what we've approached there is you possibly losing your job for offending somebody. Okay, people are offended every day. People lose their job for offending people every day. That all of a sudden became more important than the life of a human being that you say is equal.
I think she honestly thought that I was gonna do something.
You were, man. Edwin, that's the problem. Right now, you were. You absolutely
At first I wasn't.
Yes, you were.
No, I wasn't.
Well, sir, let me back up. Let's just settle this right now. When you saw that girl and you picked her up, were your intentions to help her because you're a security guard on the campus and people look up to you? Was your intent to find some way to help her? Or was your intent to find a way to hurt her, either by paying for sex or taking sex? And when things went south, you knew you had to kill her because now the person she looks to for safety and security wants something from her that she doesn't want to give him.
So when I picked her up, because you know usually when we help someone, we call her on the radio.
Did you call her on the radio?
No, because I thought she was a hooker, and I just wanted.
That's why I didn't call her on the radio.
That's why I didn't call her on the radio. And when I realized she wasn't a hooker, I felt discovered. Oh crap! You know, now she's gonna go tell the whole world that I was looking for sex.
Oh, wow, how weird would that be for a dude to be looking for sex? See what I'm saying? And that's not that bad.
Dudes
right?
look for sex.
Dudes look for sex.
Well, yeah, but not a security guard that is supposed to protect.
Well,
I think you just said it, man.
Another random dude walking on the street.
So are we lucky in the fact that the first time you can't control your urge to have sex with a beautiful woman, that we catch you and you give up and we find you, et cetera, et cetera? I don't believe so. I believe there's been instances in the past that maybe you were close, something that was happening, well, maybe something's gonna happen here, and you backed away, whatever. Has there ever been time like that?
And what he means by take it into consideration is this, man. Bluntly, you've betrayed that trust. Okay? The sound that you heard after the strike of the first rock, before you hit her with the second, is agonal breathing, and you know this. It's the sound of life leaving her body. It's the sound of the life God breathed into her, leaving her, and her life being no more, going away, being done. It's the sound of everyone loving her, mourning. It's the sound of her blood crying out from the friggin' earth. Right? You know this. It's Cain and Abel. No. No. You know what it is? You need to hear it though. Okay? I respect you enough, Edwin, at this point, that I've asked you for detail, and now I'm going to give you my own. Okay? Those are the cold, hard facts. Does God still love you? Will He forgive you? Will He bring you back into His heart? Will He? Questions you have to answer for yourself. But the truth of the matter is that her blood cries out, man. That her life is gone. It will never be replaced. The truth of the fact is this. What you mistook for a hooker was an absolute angel. Was the apple of her mom and dad's eye. Was the breath that they breathed, that they spent and cultivated all their life raising and growing. And she is gone forever with your semen all over her. That's the truth, man. Okay? It's brutal. It's hard to say. It's hard to sit in here, but you got to face it before you can look your God in the eye and ask for that forgiveness and be able to receive it. That's the heart I want to see in that letter. Not graphic depictions, but the heart of a man broken, right? That you look and you can see what you've done and you can begin to rebuild. You have love, mercy, compassion, right? Vastly different than rage, even than fear, fight or flight, right? Evil. Vastly different. Am I right? You've known some love in your heart, right? You love things.
This is why I feel like this.
Mm-hmm.
Because evil was not for me.
Right.
Somehow got a hold of me.
I'm wondering, for me, for the community, for the people struggling to try to understand, this doesn't grow to this unless it's cultivated, right? Somewhat. Normally, in my experience, I don't see evil manifest.
From one day to the next.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I actually read books
I
about
see it.
it.
I see it watered. I see it grow. I see it cultivated, and then I see it manifest into real darkness, right? That affects a lot of other people inside you, and there's nobody else in there, right? There's nobody else in there. I can only guess, but there had to be some kind of idea or clue. Or let me rephrase that. Was there some kind of idea or clue inside of you that grew with some rage? Maybe that embraced that. Maybe that believed that you were entitled to that. Therefore, it manifested the way it did. Anything in there that you can help me out with to help other people understand, to help the people around us that we report to, that we talk to, the community at large, understand.
So I think all throughout my life I have struggled with somehow the urge to kill. But what has helped me not develop that, in a sense, was when I married my wife. It kind of dissipated because I had something to look forward to. Before that, I didn't have nothing to look forward to.
Is this addressed to Dad?
Yeah, the last one is for COCC.
Okay. I think it would play pretty well on recording if we read this out loud. It might show some of your emotion. Might show.
Want me to read it?
I would love you to read it. Thank you, sir.
I've been trying to ask Katie for forgiveness, but I don't think her soul hears my crying because God doesn't allow the devil to talk to angels. However, I know Katie hears you, and if you find it within your heart, please ask her to forgive me. Please, I beg you. Please. I know that I will spend the rest of my life asking God to forgive me, but I don't think He will. Sir, this is directed to her dad. I am not sure what your name is, but I know for a fact that you loved your daughter. I read something that you were desperately looking for her, and that touched the little heart I have within me. I say a little heart, a little bit, because a man like me don't have a heart. Please forgive me, Spirit. Please forgive me, and please ask your wife to forgive me too. I fail you, I failed my community. I failed everyone, including my family. I am really sorry. I beg you. A man like me doesn't deserve the job I had, and I won't ever have it again. The COCC. No one has to pay for my evil doing. Every officer on the campus are great men and women. I am sorry to my community. I am sorry because I failed you. I am sorry for wearing the badge. I am sorry for ever being part of CPS. I ask the college and community to forgive me. I am sorry, Jim Bennett. I fail you. May Kaylee Sawyer rest in peace now.
He admitted to killing Kaylee, taking Andrea hostage and robbing her of her vehicle. He admitted to shooting Jack Levy in California and robbing the grandmother of her vehicle at the gas station. Following the confession, officers in the vicinity of the location that Edwin gave discovered Kaylee's body by the side of the road. An autopsy was performed. Results showed that blunt force trauma was the cause of death. There was also indications of strangling, several skull fractures, and other indicators of harm before she passed. It was evident that Edwin had given murder some serious thought. The Angel Resendez Ramirez school project, which the police discovered in his home, contained the following information on Ramirez. It said, he always killed with a blunt force trauma. He used weapons of opportunity that were found at the scene. This is precisely how Kaylee was ended, with a rock found by the road. The exact events that led up to Kaylee's passing are unknown. Police suggested that Edwin attempted to SA Kaylee, and in the struggle she passed away. She did have defensive wounds which conflict with Edwin's story that he accidentally knocked her down with his car. Edwin was accused of sexual assault. The case was difficult to establish once his original confession was disproved. As part of a plea agreement, he declined to admit to this sexual assault. According to the prosecutor, obtaining a life sentence was the main objective. Thus, they chose against pursuing a sexual assault conviction in order to prevent a more lenient penalty. They urged him to accept the plea agreement, which included a life term for killing Kaylee. For the murder, abduction and carjacking, Edwin received 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole. This is Kaylee's father's statement from court.
I wish to have this piece of garbage, the defendant, sentenced to death for what he's done to my Kaylee. I wish the court system in the state of Oregon would just hand him over to me and allow me to administer the death sentence.
4 years after her passing, Kaylee's family has come to agree on a $2 million settlement with the college. Do you think the punishment fits the crime here? Let me know down in the comments. Join the Dark Case family by hitting subscribe now and turning on notifications. Like the video to boost the signal with this case. Thank you to all my patrons: Rachel David, Kathy Green, David James, Addy Alexander, Karen Jones, L. Palmieri, James Harrington, Shane Woodward, Faster River, Stacey Krogerus, Summer Chambers, Mona Corona, and Cepheid Variable. Be careful out there, and I'll see you soon.